Yes, sir. Salute, everyone. The streets are buzzing. What's good? What's good? We saw a more playoff action tonight. Plenty to chop up in the Knicks streets as well. Tonight's topic, we're going to get through the good, the bad, the ugly, like we always do, with some latest news. But we'll talk about the blueprint for the New York Knicks as well. How do we build this thing? Do you want to trade for stars, trade the farm, or do you want to rebuild through the draft, rebuild through the youth as well? There's plenty to chop up, and a lot of teams in this NBA showing us how it's done. Right, when you hire the right coach, you empower the right players, and and you cook this thing with chemistry right up in here. But salute to the chat on point already. Nets down and out, absolutely. We got to chop that up tonight. The Nets down 3-0 as well. KD, Kyrie, the Knicks cool right now. Drew, salute. Big task, salute. What's good? What's good? Let's get it. Yeah, Nets are trash. Facts, right? They're playing like it. They're playing like straight trash. No chemistry. Isolation heavy as well. Jay Boogie's in the house. Salute, fam. Salute. And Tarek, salute. Nets karma. Salute all. Absolutely right. Karma. Durant, humble pie. Pumpkin juice. You got the juice now. And Kaiser Soze, salute. We really shouldn't be surprised KD choking before he got carried in Golden State. So the story's out on Kyrie, KD right now, struggling to get it done. Got into the James Harden business, that hasn't worked out. Then got into the Ben Simmons business, hasn't worked out for them so far as well. We got some tweets to chop up that some friends of the show dropped as well. That's on point with that situation and poignant with this topic, of how to build this organization, the right way, for winning. And Drew, the Nets really are one pathetic excuse for a franchise, right? Salute, trying to get this thing done, in a microwave sense as well. And we'll chop up like we did the other night, the good, the bad, the ugly. I've added a couple of new things to talk about. Absolutely. The good, building depth, right? You need a balanced roster to win in this NBA, right? You're seeing teams that are too top heavy struggle in the playoffs, right? And then what happens when some players get injured? You got no depth, right? Jamal Murray, out on the sidelines for Denver. Michael Porter Jr. paid him the bag. Now he's on the sidelines as well. And Jokic is having to carry Denver all by himself, right? Then you got Brooklyn tonight, right? You got KD, Kyrie, Simmons on the sidelines. A couple of savvy veterans, so to speak, but that's just not enough. Against a talented Boston Celtics squad that's really doing things out there, well coached, disciplined defensively, got lots of depth, youth as well, running them off their feet tonight. And they took Brooklyn's best punch, and they stayed standing as well. So, I got no sympathy for Brooklyn whatsoever, right? They tried to, they were a smaller franchise, tried to build, through the stars, tried to trade the farm, and it's not working out for them right now. Boston, built through the right way. And we'll chop up a little bit more about the RJ Barrett spoke the other night. We'll talk about that. Shaden Sharp declared for the NBA draft, which is going to be great, pushing the more prospects down the pecking order. The Knicks draft odds increased with the Pelicans winning the play-in. So the Knicks have a 9.4% chance of getting into the top 4. That's going to be critical. We chop up the draft a lot more. And the Knicks young core is the good as well. Something to really, really build around. And Gerson Rosas and James Dolan's son were in Minnesota, looking around at the facility as well. So that's some interesting news that just came in today. What's that going to mean? With Rosas and Dolan looking around the facility. But I'm going to welcome in Solfinger number 12. Salute, Solfinger.
What's going on, CT? What's happening, my man?
What's happening, fella? I'm good
Oh,
here. Uh, we're,
yeah.
we're we're good on this Manhattan side.
That is true. And I'm gonna tell you now, I'm smiling so hard right now because of Brooklyn. My ears are in my mouth.
Yeah, don't it feel good, right?
Oh man, in the mortal words of Scarface and the Ghetto Boys, and it feel good to be a gangster.
Did you did you catch the game?
No, I was running around today, but I was checking out the score, and I just saw like, oh, poor babies, they about to get that broom. Hey, they doing a little chant. 1, 2, 3, Cancun. That's what we're getting ready to say.
Yeah, man, absolutely right. They just had no depth to make up for these the injuries and Simmons out, and it snowballed. Man, it snowballed when they traded for James Harden, losing out on Jared Allen, Karis LeVert, all those depth pieces. I think that killed them.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Cause see, the thing is, instead of you want to buy your championship, and buying it, this is a proven fact that you can't buy it all the time. I mean, look, they just only difference between then the Nets and the Lakers didn't make the playoffs. They happened to stumble into the playoffs.
Yep.
That's the only difference. You tried to buy it instead of building it. And I'm looking at all these other teams. Yeah, you in some ways you will buy, but you still build. You just don't get rid of a bunch of great assets. Jared Allen, Spencer Dinwiddie, Karis LeVert, those
D'Lo
cats.
Russell.
D'Lo, yeah. I'm looking. Look, the Memphis Minnesota game is on right now. I got it on, and I'm looking at what D'Lo is doing over here in Minnesota. You know, and it is crazy that they had that talent instead of just building with what they had. Because you think they let a lot of young guys go. They could be really setting themselves. They could have set themselves up in the East so well
Yep, you
with
said
all
it.
that young talent.
You're absolutely right. Sometimes you don't let these players call the shots. The GM needs to do it the way they want to do it. And that's what we'll chop up tonight. What's the best way
Hmm.
to build this thing? Because there's a lot of great young teams now. Solfinger and chat about to come up. Detroit's coming up. Orlando,
Hmm.
um, Houston. The Rockets.
In time, I mean, you look at the playoff game right now. Memphis and Minnesota, two young teams, and they battling. Memphis was number 2 in the West. Minnesota's number 7.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
Man, it
Yep.
it is so insane. And they get all this talent, and I'm saying if I'm a believer, CT, that we got something we never had in Knicks history, and that's a lot of young talent. We got 9 young players, man, 9 on this roster.
Yep.
So I'm all for the build. Just keep building with what you got. I'm not willing to blow it up just because of just blow it up or go after a big name and then you don't put these young pieces all around because just take your time and be patient. Rob the Nick has been one of the main people talking about that for the longest. And I agree with Rob and a few others that are going out there, but Rob has really been the one to say that, man. Just build it, man. Just stay your pace. We're not gonna go from going to the 4th seed to falling out of playoffs to winning the championship the next year.
Yep. Yeah, you know what? Is a blessing in disguise, everyone. The fact, I mean, we can say this now, but if KD and Kyrie came, we would have been subject to all the vaccination issues. Um, we probably would have had less depth. We wouldn't have had this young talent we got,
Mm-hmm.
and there's no promises. There's no promises in the NBA in this league, right? Injuries, you got to stay healthy, right? And I want. That's another reason I want to stay young. How many of these guys are on the sidelines, Solfinger?
Oh God. Yeah, and that's one thing we haven't had now amongst our young guys. I mean, because you gotta look at it. The most injury prone young guy we got on the team so far, and I'm not gonna say injury prone. It's the way it is. It's Cam, and I
Yeah,
can't even be upset about how he got hurt this time because Cam got hurt playing defense, man.
Yep.
How often we seen a Knicks player get hurt playing defense?
Yeah.
So,
And
and
here's something for you. Yeah, it's on Twitter a couple of nice threads I saw. Um, EJ says, like I said on Nick's Buzz, I truly don't like how Brooklyn and the Tens Heat built super teams. Despite the top heavy talent, the lack of overall roster balance seems to catch up with them.
that's
And
facts.
then the caller responded with, LeBron forced the Lakers to trade for AD and Westbrook. Kawhi forced the
Mm-hmm.
Clippers to gut the team for Paul George. And
Mm-hmm.
KD's now forced Brooklyn to sign DeAndre Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
Family business. That hasn't helped them out.
Not at all. I mean, especially on the LeBron. LeBron goes in there, and what's crazy, LeBron was the one who okayed the Westbrook trade when you had doggone Buddy Hield. You had Buddy Hield lined up. That trade was there. And what did the Lakers lack this season? Tremendously shooting. And what can Buddy Hield do? Shoot.
Shooting.
Defense may not be the best, but Buddy Hield is a shooter. And LeBron, and we know Westbrook is a player that needs the ball in his hand. You playing with LeBron, and you playing with LeBron, and LeBron has to have the ball in his hand. It takes away from Westbrook, man.
Yep. Yep. He does. You got to be smart, and put the ball in your young players' hand and let their stock go up.
Mm-hmm.
Austin did it with Jason Tatum. You find that blue chip guy, and you let him, you let him carry the team and the franchise, right? You build through that way. See, these
Definitely.
stars have a different agenda. They want the cash, they want success, and they want to play with their best friends. And
Yeah, yeah. It,
sometimes businesses aren't work that way. You can't have it all.
and the thing about it is, I never liked that how Miami was built because they really, if you look at it, they didn't have depth. They had no real depth at all. It was, I mean, LeBron, Bosh, Wade, you know, and I remember how they were hyping up, the media hyped up Mario Chalmers and the other kid they had that used to run around the flat top. You don't even see them cats in the league right now.
Yeah, Norris Cole.
Norris Cole, yeah, you don't even see them in the
Yeah,
league right now. They hyped them all up, and then you have the standing vet, the old man, and Udonis Haslam, who's more or less like a coach on the bench, the glue, the behind the scenes hold guys accountable and keep them together type guy. But other than that, they didn't have any depth, none.
yep. And the good thing is, Solfinger and Chat, you give your chance for a young player to become a star if you give them the right minutes. Uh,
Hmm.
like Kaiser says, I love our young core. I can't wait for them to clear these vets so that the Knicks can develop internally the right way.
And I feel Kaiser on that. I said it earlier. I don't know if you caught what I've been saying. I said about with Freezy. You
Mm.
got Thibodeau with certain veterans is like Linus. You know how Linus had his blanket. That's how Thibodeau is with veterans. You got to take that blanket away from them because you think about it. You get these rookies, these young or not. You had rookies or younger players, and you want to coach because they're basically a clean slate. Thibodeau can coach, and they have the athleticism that a lot of veterans don't have. So if you get a young athletic player, coach him up the way you want, teach him to play the defense he wants. He has all the gifts and talents that you need. Who's to say that you can't be as have a potent team like Memphis or Minnesota. And yeah, Knicks fans have a tendency to look or hold our young players higher than most people do or whatever else. Well, you got other teams that do the same thing. So you can't go in here saying that our players aren't worth whatever because they work for what we do. They may not work in other
Yes.
system, but they work in the system that we have. So you got to look at it like that. We got nice young pieces. This is they got to all come together, and you got to let them grow. We got to let them develop. And I don't see a lot of people talking about as many people talk about development. Like, oh, he didn't come in doing this right off. Well, you got to develop it, man, Because when a child is born, you don't see. Have you ever seen a baby come running out the womb? I
No.
haven't seen a baby come running out the womb. You work on up to that. So some of these guys got to develop certain skills and certain things. Just got
Yep.
to be patient and take your time.
Yep. Exactly right. And how do we know what players they really look like until they're given the chance? And like we saw in the last 5 games, 10 games of this season, as the best part of this season for me was the way that we finished. The way we
Hmm.
finished the season, and if only we'd cleared the decks earlier for from Burks and Fournier and well, Noel's been out anyway, but even Derrick Rose, the reliance on him so much last season was a hindrance because we got the 4th seed, but it was on the
Yeah,
back of a dude on his last legs.
yeah, definitely. We talked about that a lot last season, CT. Especially when we were on with Ron. Shout out to Ron Cleveland, man. We talked
Yep,
a lot about that on his show, and the Derrick Rose trade was big for us. It was really big. All right, it went under the radar. It didn't move the needle nationally, but if you really looking at the game, it did move it for us. It moved the needle because Derrick Rose came out and carried us on a lot of games. And also Burks last season, Burks was, I mean, he first started out before that ankle injury. He was on fire. He was a killer. Then an ankle injury. This season he was put in a position that he couldn't succeed. Burks was not a point guard. Can he run a little point in certain situations and stuff? But why would you have him run the point all season? The front office should have gone and got them a point guard. It's a shame when you see the Lakers pull out DJ Augustine. I'm not saying that DJ Augustine's a world beater, but for the situation we were in, that's a point guard that can kind of steady the ship. You can put Burks back in his natural position or what he does and go from there. We weren't going to beat, we weren't going to the championship this year, you know.
yep, yeah, you're right. And how did Brooklyn actually get to the position where they're able to get Kyrie and KD? They started to make themselves look attractive. You know,
They sure
the
did.
young
They
young players
sure
started to
did.
peak. They had chemistry. They had cohesion. You can't buy that. You can't buy potential. You can't buy cohesion, chemistry. Um, we saw it this season. Solfinger, about our demise was the fact that we lost chemistry. You know, we
Yeah,
had
yes, we
we had
did.
depth with Peyton, with Bullock, with
Hmm.
other dudes. And what did we do? We tried to spend more money on Peyton. Sorry, on Fournier.
Yeah,
You know.
because at the end, Thibodeau was saying we need more shooting, and I looked at it like this, and I said it. I was like, okay, I see why you went after Fournier because you said you wanted the shooting, but Orlando hit him well. Boston hit him even better defensively. It's just the way he worked. And then Kimba, same thing. Kimba, I think, was more like a consolation.
Yep.
It was, I would say, yeah, I'll say consolation prize because people weren't happy about overall wasn't happy, and overall signing of Evan Fournier. So he's like, we got Kimba, bigger name. Ooh, we got Kimba, got a point guard. That's how it went. And I was all for it. I was like, okay, maybe Kimmel can revitalize his career like D Rose. D Rose can help him and tell him things to do to save his body and this and that. Man, look, I must have been high, drunk, and insane to have that kind of thinking because the wheels fell off that Joker right off the bat with both of them.
Yep. Yeah. No lies. Right. And in terms of some of the bad would be for me trading the farm. Like we're not in a
Hmm.
situation where, let's say we packaged a lot of these young players for a Donovan Mitchell, right? Is that really going to get us to the top of the East where it sits right now? Who's he going to
Yeah,
play with?
exactly. That doesn't move the needle because now you move a certain amount of, then you're looking at which young player you got to move. I'm gonna tell you now, Grimes will be one of those young players that get
Yep.
moved if you're trying to do that because Grimes has so much upside as far as with his defense and his 3-point shooting, which is where we where the game now. You know,
Yeah. Somebody
it's
has to get moved. Like you would
hmm
have to move IQ or Quick or Obi or Cam. You know, even
I'm willing.
RJ.
Yeah, I'm willing to say that like Grimes, Obi, IQ, possibly. You're looking at picks, and I have no problem with the picks. It's just you got to value them. Which picks you're going to move, because we have so many picks. We're not going to use all those picks. Some of those picks are going to be used to get us somebody. But the young talent, you know, like I said, you got, you know, would they trade? Because I think Utah would want RJ. They would want RJ in the
Yep,
trade.
they would
Yeah.
absolutely.
You
What
know,
can
you're
they
looking
sell
at
their fan base on if they're losing
yeah,
their star player? Then they need to put someone's fill seats.
yeah. I mean, because see, the thing is they won't put butts in seats, and you want the an overall the third pick in the draft, and then you got to give them and you want to put butts in seats. You already know that you put Obi. He's a high flyer, and he's electric, so that's the player. You want the defense. You want a two-way player. As in Grimes, so that's three, and you never know. They may try to squeeze one more. You know, an IQ.
Yep.
So that's a lot of young players. Or you don't do that. You throw in a Cam. It could be Cam and RJ. So I mean, there's so many ways to go. And the thing is, do you want to go that route like that to get Donovan Mitchell? And even earlier today, Ron was talking about that on their show. He on Still Knicks. They were talking about Donovan's defense hasn't been looking the greatest.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
um,
That's a motivation thing, I think, with Donovan.
hmm
He's checked out. He needs a fresh change of scenery. I think, and that flaming out in the playoffs multiple years, that'll do that to
oh
you. I
God,
think.
yeah.
Like he just feels like, hey, what else can we do? We're not adding. See, Utah ain't got flexibility where they can just retool every year. And
hmm
this year they got worse because they lost Joe Ingles.
Yeah,
They
they
had,
lost
had to
Joe
trade
Ingles and
him.
they traded him away. And I think that was the death blow for him, losing Joe Ingles. Joe Ingles played more of a significant role for him, more than just his shooting and everything. It's the intangible things that he brought to that team. And not having him hurt them tremendously. And you got also the fact that it's duly noted that Rudy Gobert and Donovan didn't get along. They had their issues.
Yep.
So those are other things to take in account. And the other thing to keep in account, CT, is Utah is not a free agent destination. How many free agent big how many big name free agents you seen beating down the doors of, man, I got to go to Utah, man. Utah's the
Yep.
spot for me, baby.
No, you're right. You're right with that, man. They need to draft. They need to hit with the draft like they did with Gobert, Donovan
hmm
Mitchell. Those
hmm
do- let's say those dudes were on another team in the prime. They wouldn't have requested a trade to Utah.
Oh
They
God, no. Could you imagine? You imagine if Donovan Mitchell would have been with the Heat, if he would have drafted by the Heat.
Yeah, I can't imagine that. You know, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, Golden State or somewhere else. I mean, like I said, I just don't see. Derek Favors went back because it was okay for him. He was traded there. You know, when Brooklyn had him and let him go. But I just don't see Cat. I have yet to hear anybody just beat down the door like, man, I got to go to Utah, man. I love what they doing. I want to follow in the footsteps of Karl Malone and John Stockton, Hornacek, and doggone Mark Eaton. Those are guys I want to. No, no, I have yet to hear that.
Yep. Yeah. No. Yeah. It's satisfying to see us try to do things the right way right now. But
hmm
how much longer do you have patience with what's gonna go down with World Wide West scouting, out there? I'll be on record. I said I'll be okay with a Brunson signing because he's young. Um, and to me, he wouldn't be a superstar max kind of player that we would have to trade the farm to get. But
That's true.
that to me, that's still building organically. The super team kind of thing, I mean, is a big trade for Donovan Mitchell, where you got to trade RJ or 3 other young players and picks.
Yeah. And Donovan, you bringing in Donovan, that means Donovan would be on the team with Randle.
Yep,
And then
exactly.
who's the other name you're gonna have with him? Because none of our young guys have really peaked like that. And if we're talking about trading RJ, so it's like, well, what's left in the cupboard?
Yep, facts. And welcome Jarvis. Salute, fam. What's good?
Oh, man, my home
Salute.
state homeboy. What's going on, my man?
What's going on, Soul Thing? Everything is all good on my end, my brother. CT, good to see you, fam. You've been on fire, CT.
Hey, appreciate you, Jarvis. Yeah. The chat's been popping, and what a season it's been.
Hmm.
Not the way we wanted it to go, Jarvis, but I love the way we finished.
Yeah.
I'm with
Yeah.
you on. I'm
We
with you
had
on
some
that.
good things. Yeah, some good things to take out, toward like the last maybe 5 to 10 games that you can kind of see. I'm for one that's been a component that I never did really fully look at IQ as basically a point guard, but I can say he has stepped up in certain areas concerning the playmaking aspect of it. I think a little bit more improved on the decision making and shot
Hmm.
selection will kind of solidify him. I still like him in that off guard role, CT. That's just me. I like him in that off the guard role. I don't know if I've seen enough of a sample size to say, hey man, this guy is the point guard going forward. But what I can say is it kind of aroused the questions. I'll give him some kind of credit. It aroused the question of whether or not it's worth trying to go after Brunson at this point, especially with possibly what he may want, in terms of like maybe 20 mil or whatever, with IQ and with his the amount that he is making. It might not be altogether worth it, but I will say this: he is a little more seasoned in IQ, and he wouldn't hurt the Knicks.
No.
So if
Yep.
they go after Brunson, I like the fact with him. I haven't been a major Brunson component, but what I can tell you is if we can get on Randle for how he has played in the playoffs, and many people have got like a whole different mindset concerning Randle just off of that. How much more should we have a different mindset concerning Jalen Brunson with the performance he is putting on in the playoffs? So,
Yeah.
and then you're talking about a guard that can play off the ball as well, play with a ball dominant person, and can knows how to lead a team. I mean, hey man, we've been begging for that type of upgrade. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad thing if the man was to come here, come to New York.
No.
It wouldn't be bad. But yeah, everybody knows who I want. Whether or not it's realistic to get, that's another question.
Who
But
you
man, I'm
want
kind
there,
of loving the
Jarvis?
positives that I've seen. Salute to you guys, the chat, CT, Soulfinger, you and Stafford Don been doing y'all thing on NBA 101, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. With everything going on, we hadn't had a chance to get back on, but we'll be back. We'll be back. So just stand by. The alerts will go out when we get everything settled. Matter of fact, I gotta call him in the morning and see what's going down.
Gotcha.
So we may
Yep.
have
And
a
and for
we
the
may have a little
topic of
something.
this and for the topic of your show, from what I see, CT, I am for the build.
Same.
Yep. Yep.
I'm for
That
the
makes
build.
3 of us. Yep. That makes 3 of us. And I just said, based on what you said, Jarvis, you made the great point about Brunson. I think Brunson wouldn't be a deviation from building because he's
Mm,
25 years old. You see, it'd be
good
the
point.
first time the New York Knicks have ever signed a player in their prime, you know, like absolutely in their prime. And the way we would acquire him wouldn't require trading the whole farm, you know. Now, the only downside is he would take minutes from Deuce, um, probably more minutes from Quickly, which is why I said the other night, I said I'm okay for either or. If we don't get Brunson, I'm completely fine with that. And if we build with Quickly and Deuce, I'm okay with that as well. But what I don't want us to do is to trade RJ or Obi Quickly and 4 picks, for Mitchell. Yeah, where do you sit with that? You know, we're seeing it in the NBA playoffs. You know, teams that are aging, they don't have the same depth, and they're relying on the buyout market to
Mm-hmm.
to just compete.
See, you know what's funny? You said that, CT. In the past, that worked to a degree. In the past, way back when, you can't
Yep.
do that now. These young players are coming out are more athletic, more skilled, and also the coaching, the coaching world has changed because you got younger coaches coming in that are more innovative and know how to work, and the staff, they're developing guys a lot better. And you just can't go and do that whole I'm gonna wait till what falls out the tree and get this low hanging fruit, or I'm gonna get rid of my young guys and bring in this guy, this big name, and the cat fizzles out. And then we also got to take into account, we talk about New York City, the New York Knicks. Not everybody can play under those bright lights. It's extra added pressure that comes with playing with the Knicks, and you're dealing with the media, you're dealing with all kinds of crazy narratives that can pop up. So it takes a special kind of person that has to do that. Now I will admit I haven't been happy with the front office and their free agent move, but I've been rather pleased with the drafting of what I draft prospects, because um we haven't had young talent. I mean, you think about it, we had a period of time we didn't have any draft picks, and we were just free agenting out. And you getting you and you bringing in cats that were like third tier players, paying them second and max tier and one tier money because you couldn't get
Yep.
anybody.
And we were trying to develop and also win at the same time. Remember when we had Emmanuel Mudiay, we had
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Trey Burke as the point guard. Like that was stuck in the middle, right? That was not prioritizing a young player to try to be great for the future. It was reclamation projects all the time.
I
You
have
know,
to I have to agree. And really, I wonder, have we really went the proper rebuild way just yet? And I mean, I want to see what this year comes. I want to see really what direction that we really are going to go in, and I think it's going to be telling a lot this in the summer and going into this upcoming season. Exactly what direction we're going to go in. Exactly what type of players that we're going to look at filling certain spots. I for one, and I know there's a lot of people is probably looking for possibly Randle to be traded. I'm okay either way. It's
Mm-hmm.
just I want to see. It's just if he's gonna be here, you're gonna have to be able to get a primary. Make sure you know who's the primary ball handler and a primary decision maker and a person to initiate the offense. Can't go through Julius like that. Then
Yeah,
on top
yeah.
of and then on top of that, if you trade him, you wanna make sure you get proper value. So my question would be, for the sake of building, and you using Randall for assets, do you hold off until the trade deadline instead of just like in the summer trying to move Randall if you move it, and really kind of talk with him and say, hey, Randall, this is if he's not happy being here, or he's declared that he's okay being here, I'm not so sure if I believe that or not, but if
Mm-hmm.
you are, if you are, this is what you need. This is how we need you to play. It's gonna be some adjusting to his game that needs to happen. If you want to be traded, this is what we need you to do to up your trade value. If you can give us either or, the future looks bright, whether you here or whether you somewhere else. So
Yeah.
I think a discussion like that needs to be happen with him. Um, I won't say too much more on that because until he's traded, he's going to be here in my book. So I done already embraced it, and because I really don't know what the front office is really going to do with him. But
You know.
building would be, man, if we could just get, of course, making sure the point guard situation is shored up. But man,
Mm-hmm.
another athletic, versatile like wing player with some length,
Mm-hmm.
athleticism, and explosiveness, man, that would help
Mm-hmm.
us out when we need to go to like versatile lineups to kind of combat certain things. If you look at what Brooklyn did whenever they played us, when they put Kevin Durant at the center position, man, that was checkmate.
Yeah.
What we was gonna do with that, but when you got that positional versatility, you have a better shot, man, in matching whenever those type of matchups come up. But
Yeah.
Knicks, in my opinion, I think we got a pretty good little foundation that we're trying to build. I just want us to do like what we had talked about on Man CT of stay course. I'm so happy they
Yes.
didn't give up all them assets trying to go after Damian Lillard, and I like Damian Lillard. I say stay the course, still
Yep.
try to get younger, add talent, and then man, if you can get a superstar player in a couple of years, or a couple of 3 years from now, then go for it. But let's just continue to add assets to this team, continue to build this team, and you put yourself in a position like Brooklyn Nets was in before Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving was there. So
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
I'm happy about that.
You
it's
know,
like
I
that.
ain't gonna. Oh, my bad, CT.
Yeah, no, I'll throw it back to you. But I was going to say, yeah, you're on point, Jarvis, and I think the Knicks have been doing one thing for so long that it's time to try the other thing. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
how much longer can you try one thing? And it's like when someone's close to success and then they give up. You know, they revert back to the old ways when really you were closer than you thought. You know, with RJ, with the young core, we just do this for a few more years. Don't divert from that plan, and we could be closer than what we think. You know, we hit on one or two more draft picks. You know, maybe
Mm-hmm.
Cam Reddish pops, Solfinger, and then all of a sudden
Mm-hmm.
you're looking at a real attractive situation.
Yeah, man. Look, at first I gotta say, man, I miss hearing my home state homeboy get up on here and drop those jewels. Man, look, hey, Jarvis just, I mean, you've been firing off since the time you came in, both barrel and rolling grenades out here. And I gotta say, I agree with everything you said. And also, you showed a winner. It was what's his name? William Ronan. Hey, shout out to him because I agree with him as well. Bill. Why
Yep.
switch gears? Let's and like I said, hey, like I said, be the anti-Nets. I've been jumping up and down saying this. Do it the way that the Grizz has done it. And now, granted, yeah, John
That.
Morant puts him over because that's a generational type talent. John got to work on his shot, but what he brings is a whole nother thing. But they built that team. When he went down, they were still winning without him. Why? Because they built that team from the ground up and they stayed the course. We have to stay the course. Don't fall into the trap because in the past, what we would do, we're throwing money out at big name, trying to get a big name, and we're getting second and third tier players. Or we trade young players or draft picks. Oh, draft picks, we don't need those. We get the player in. And, the definition of insanity is to do the same thing, expecting a different outcome. And we have been doing
facts.
that for years, man. Years. It is refreshing and beautiful to see the way we're what we have now. I mean, then you have others that don't like some of the players we had and want to get them out or whatever. It's going to be like that across whatever fan base. Not the fan base will never be 100% locked in. That's just what it is. We all have our different opinion, but the one thing I can say in Knicks Nation that everybody will agree on 1,000,000% is everybody wants a championship. That's the one thing.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is Randall's not going anywhere. And I'm not saying this just to I'm not saying this to get brownie points with the Randall fans. I'm not saying this to offend Obi fans. I'm just looking at it from a business standpoint as well. I don't see Randall leaving anytime soon. Not right off, not over the summer. Now
Mm.
there is a possibility, and Jarvis, you brought this up, and CT, you touched on this as well. Trade deadline. If something is out there
Yep.
you could use Randall and with his salary or whatever else to bring in something that's going to push us over, move the needle. Because yeah, Obi towards the last his last few games, he played because I really can't judge what Obi does off the limited minutes that he's gotten. Now that you've given him time, you see what he can do. Am I saying he's going to come out and be the starter, big dog like that? Obi is a finesse power forward. He plays more of a finesse game. He's not. He doesn't. You get compared to Stoudemire, but Stoudemire was more a power big man who had speed like a doggone gazelle. And everything was a dunk. Oh my God, his athleticism was crazy to come in at 6'10". He was 6'10" coming out of high school, and then he developed a shot. But see, there's that word again that a lot of people don't want to associate with Obi as well is development. He get you. The only thing I can understand is when you come out of college at the age of 24, you're considered an old man. 24 is still young. It's just that he did all 4 years. You can't judge somebody off that. That's just the way I feel about that. It's just my opinion. Just my opinion. Give them time. Everybody develop their own way, but you got to stay the course. Answer the issues at hand. We got to look at the problems we have on hand right now. One of the main problems is Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson is a major piece. I think, and you fellas, you could, and even in the chat, I think if we let Mitch go, I think we're going backwards. Jericho Sims is not the one right now to take over. He still has a way to go.
Right.
You can't what Mitch brings to the table. That just doesn't fall out of trees, man. Granted, yeah, we haven't really seen him. They don't really run offensive plays for him. We've seen him show us this season alone. We've seen him do two things. It was like, and everybody lost their mind. Seen him do a crossover between the legs and take it to the rack. We've seen him do little things like that, man. So,
yep, I hear, and I think,
yeah,
I think with Mitch, I think someone's going to pay the full amount. I don't think he's going to get shortchanged. It's up to him whether he wants the role in New York, Jarvis, or he likes a destination more. Charlotte's pretty attractive for him. New Orleans, back home. Look at the way New Orleans is running up and down. If Zion gets healthy, could you imagine Mitch next to Zion with Brandon Ingram?
Oh my God,
3.
Oh my God.
Hey man, you know what? I will say this: there will be because the Knicks didn't take that summer to extend Mitch's contract. Now you put yourself in a situation to where teams are going to be interested. And let's not forget also, CT, Miami Heat is lurking too. So you imagine him on the side of Bam Adebayo, man, the defensive.
That's why you my man. Because I'm sorry to cut you off, Jarvis, but I said that before. Pat Riley. See, we have to watch out. Pat Riley is that cat that would come in the back door while you think the issue, the burglars they're gonna rob you from the front, or you looking for the back door. Pat Riley's the cat to come in through that side window, get what you got, and by the time you turn around, everything is gone.
It's gone. Yep. He'll swap Lowry straight. He'll swap Lowry out there for Spider in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, it's just whatever. So you have to worry about that. And like you said, you put Bam is playing center. Right. You put Bam at power forward with Mitch. That's not fair to power forwards in the league. That's not a fair.
Yes, sir. So
yeah, Brandon Ingram's a problem right now. He just needs a bit more. He looks nice next to CJ. Now let's just see if Zion gets back healthy. He might not want to leave New Orleans.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Yeah, you know what, man? CT. I will say this. I like Brandon Ingram. I really think the Lakers kind of gave up on him a little too quick. But to the Lakers' credit, they got what they wanted and they did get a championship. They ended up getting a championship. So I won't say too much concerning them. But what I will say is, and I believe Soulfinger can probably attest to this as well. If you know a little bit about Louisiana, previously before these decades, basketball professional team that we had was the New Orleans Jazz.
Jazz, yes, sir.
Now you have New Orleans Pelicans team that is here. And I will say this, even though I believe he's probably getting comfortable and kind of like how they're trending, and I'm talking about Brandon Ingram, I'm kind of concerned overall about the state of the New Orleans Pelicans going forward from a professional organization standpoint, because if you know anything about Louisiana, they're more of a football type of state. And I have one of the big components say that if Seattle is looking to bring a team back, because I had heard rumblings about it some months back.
They're still trying to get a team.
This would be the perfect move for them, because New Orleans was there. I mean, people will support basketball, but it won't be like the Saints.
The Saints.
It's all about the Saints in New Orleans. So you bring that organization to Seattle, where their fan base is really clamoring for a team back out there. You'll see much better attendance and much better support for that overall organization. Now, bear you in mind, Seattle can't do some of the same things they got their team taken from them in the first place. But I think it can work out there. Another spot I had been hearing about was Las Vegas. Not too sure. I'm not too sure how that will work out from a professional basketball standpoint. Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. But I think Seattle would be the perfect destination for him. But for us, Brandon Ingram, love Brandon Ingram. Been a little concerned about some of the injuries he's faced over the years, but he's proven to show a little more durability this year. So
he had the hard issue.
I tell you, I would love to have a wing like Brandon Ingram in New York, but again, how realistic is that without depleting? Because they're going to want assets.
Yeah, we're going to have to break the bank.
Major assets.
That's why I said that the best way to do it is just to build and find our own Brandon Ingram at some point.
That's why I'm with you, CT.
Yep. Someone's going to pop. With all these draft picks we got the high school draft. Let's not forget coming up next year, right?
Yeah, and all those second round picks are going to be crucial, especially when you talk about these high school kids. Yeah. Those second round picks are going to come in. Yeah. Those high school kids, those second round draft picks will be pretty nice. And we got to see what we got in Cam. So, yeah, okay, Evan, I appreciate what you did. You're shooting. You broke the record. Hey, thumbs up. You got to go. Burks, I like Burks. I really do. You the Swiss Army knife and everything, but you know what?
I like this, CT.
Hey, hit it again. Hey, CT, hit it again. Hit it again. Gotta go. D Rose, I appreciate what you did. You highly gotta go. Hey, Kimber, we already know you already out of here. So hey,
at least say he gotta go, so
yeah. Hey, Nerlens, hey, you did your thing, but you were hurt, but you gotta go. Taj is the only one I would keep, but you know what, Taj? I need to put a t-shirt. I need to put you one of them polo shirts and some sweatpants and some sneakers, and that's you as a coach. That's what I need for Taj.
Give him a whistle.
Yeah, give him a whistle. Or you have him like Adonis Haslam sitting on the bench. You just don't play him. But see, you can't do that with Thibs. Thibs will put him in. No way. Hey, I don't care how good Jericho Sims could have been out here balling out of his mind, having a double-double, doing, throwing balls. We signed Mitch and they're going off. Thibs will still put Taj in somehow, some way.
Yep.
And then not only put him in for like 20 some odd minutes. And I'm like, man, what the beep? Come on, man. You can't be doing that, man. And so you have to take veterans away from him.
What do you guys think of because there's a lot of Toronto fans turning on Siakam now. The Knicks brings up a trade for Randle for Siakam. Is that just like for like? He's struggling at the moment.
Mm-hmm. See, the thing with Siakam, they were trying to make him a number one, but he's not a number one guy either. Because he looked better when he had Kawhi there, and he could be the number two and do that. When Kawhi left, they keyed in on him, and he wasn't the same player. It's like with Julius is our number one, but he's not a number one on a contending team. He's at best a 2 or a 3. Was what he is. The man has talent, and it's not me. I don't have a problem with Randle, but I just I
Yeah.
don't see. I think that would be, truth be told, I think it would be an issue. Seriously, bringing
He's in the
Siakam
wrong
for
role.
Randle.
Like
Yeah, yeah,
Randall was just given way too much of a leash, being told that you're the guy, you're going to be our top dog. You should have been expectations should have been set that hey, whilst you're our number one option right now, we're looking to make upgrades, and
yeah,
you're not gonna hog the ball. D Rose was really our best player.
yeah,
Solfinger.
definitely. hmm And I really don't, like I said, right now, you gotta wow me. You have to, for me to trade Randall, and I'm not talking about all the other stuff that a lot of people want to let her go, the thumbs down and all this other stuff. For me to give
Mm,
up Randall, I mean, those numbers are good, man. You those numbers just don't. I mean, he rolls out of bed and he's getting you these numbers, man. I wouldn't trade. You have to give me something really like a no brainer. Like, shit, man, I got to make this trade. But who or what? You know what I'm saying? That I would trade Randall for, because I think if we traded Randall, we're gonna come up short. I
yep.
really do. And not only that we're gonna come up, because we have to include him in certain packages. We talking about going after a big name. So just let it roll the way it's rolling. Let him come back. Um, let Randall come back. Fix the roster that we had. Put the players to complement his game. Because as much as and I'm guilty of it. I used to have my stuff I said about Elf, but Elf worked for Randall. Bullock worked for Randall. You brought in two players in Kimba and Evan that didn't work with Randall. The games just didn't mesh, and it was until then. And still, Evan got better number wise, but a lot of that happened when Julius wasn't on the floor.
Yep.
It,
So
it just it
let me
didn't
ask
come on.
let me ask Jarvis and everyone in the chat and Solfinger, who are the dudes that are currently on the roster that you believe are untouchable and you would like to see them stay the whole course and be a future champion, Nick?
Well, I will say this, CT. When you just look at our roster, uh, I don't know if we. I'm just going to put out there to start off with. I don't know if we just necessarily so-called have that guy per se that's just untouchable no matter what deal comes up. But what I
Yep,
will say is
I hear.
I do like certain people that I believe that we could build with going forward being here. People like or like RJ, the uh the young man that got hurt that become a shooting guard. They would had him at small forward, but he's really a shooting guard. Plays defense. He's like a 3-and-D player. Quentin Grimes. I
Yeah,
think players
Grimes.
like that. I like McBride. I really like McBride. But if you're talking about bringing a Brunson in, and if they're now, regardless of what I think about IQ, I'm just talking about what the Knicks possibly could do. If they're gonna try IQ and something like that, and say like it's coming off of the bench, where does that leave McBride? But going back to the G League
Yeah.
or
Mm,
something like that. So do you say, hey man, let me at least put this young man in a trade package for somewhere in case we able to get something and upgrade in a at a position of need where we really need to upgrade at and put him in a package. Who knows? But I can't even say McBride is untouchable at this point, just because I don't know where the Knicks head at and what they're going to do when it comes to the position McBride plays.
Yeah.
So
yep.
you got people like Grimes, and you're gonna have to give up something if you're gonna get something. The thing is, you got to do smart dealing. You can't just deplete the roster, man, for an agent on the wrong side of the 30 vet just because of the name that they previously had. We can't do that type of
hmm
stupidity. And I don't believe the Knicks will. But I do recognize one thing that some people that we're gonna have to come to terms with is we're dealing with to a degree, a kind of inexperienced front office that wasn't
Yeah.
used to the roles that they're playing in. So they are learning too. They're going to make mistakes, man. I'm just going to be
Facts.
honest with you. Some of it was made with how they spent some of the money in free agency. But they dropped the ball on some things. But they're going to be learning. And that's because you got people that is not naturally fitting those positions. So they got to learn how to do things from an executive aspect. So they're going to be, me personally, I would be evaluating that as well. Do I have some individuals in these positions that are kind of operating possibly over their head a little bit?
Yes.
You
Ooh,
got to
you on fire.
evaluate and see that. We're talking about evaluating the players, the roster, and the things that they're saying about Coach Thibodeau. Do we evaluate some of these executives? Say, man, you know what? I thought it was a good hire because I believe this individual could have helped when it comes to this aspect and that aspect. But for what I need from them in this role as an executive, did I put a responsibility on them that I didn't, that they're really kind of not able to really perform up to? They got to be evaluated. And if it calls for bringing a more experienced person in, say like, and I'm not saying it would be him, but somebody that can operate that capacity, say like a Sam Preston.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
If you can bring somebody to something like that, and whoever is in the role that you want them to play, you might have to evaluate. Hey, man, we're gonna have to operate. It's all about business, you know.
It's so
Gave you a
true.
shot. It kind of seems like we need to go a little different route, man, for the furtherment of this organization. And appreciate you coming in and your interest and you coming in, but there's some things all around that we got to evaluate. And you know what? I like their fearlessness, being able to want to take on challenges. But when it comes to making an organization better and building an organization, sometimes we got to put feelings aside, and it's not about I like you or I don't like you. It's not about I like Leon Rose as an agent, so I can't move on from him. Can't do business like that. So we
Yep.
got to evaluate from top to bottom who is untouchable and who stays even from that aspect
Yeah,
all the
man.
way through. And if you have better options available to even replace them with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Yeah.
Yeah. You said a mouthful, and absolutely, you gotta play the course with a plan and carry out the plan, right? Don't deviate from that. And I'm okay with someone who wants to build long term, with a
Yeah.
vision, like Sam Presti is, build with a vision. Wait till the iron's hot, then strike. And I was
Mm-hmm.
saying last night, gentlemen, that you look at the East, right? The East got so much stronger, and not enough people are talking about it enough. You know, teams like Toronto came back, Miami came back, Washington's going to be good. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the Knicks window isn't in the next 5 years. Let's be real. We need to set ourselves up to be ready after that.
Yeah.
When KD, Embiid, Greek Freak, all these dudes have had their shine.
Yeah. Because look, KD is what, 30 what? 30,
Yeah,
32,
34, I
30.
think.
So he's older than
The
that, right?
kid,
Okay,
he's about
34.
33, isn't he? 33,
30,
32,
30.
33, 34, somewhere around there.
Yo,
I'm
he's
not
in his
sure.
30s. We
Yeah.
know he's in his 30s. He won't be around that long, as long. I mean, even if he plays longer, he won't be that killer like that. Then you also got Harden. So a lot of the big names that everybody was always talking about, they're on the other side. They're on the other side of 30. We got to look at the Devin Bookers. We got to
Yeah.
look at the it's a possibility that you have a young cat like Jordan Poole. He may ascend to be something somewhere. You got players that are making noise. I'm not saying like superstars like that. Anthony Edwards, another killer. Giannis is what, 26, 27, I think. Giannis is going to be around, so we're going to have to deal with the age of Giannis still. So
Yep.
those are other things we got to deal with. But we continue to build the way we building, we can be in that mix because you got Ja Morant. He's one of the up and coming young fellas that's running things. As many people may hate Trae Young, that's another name. So we stay the course and continue to build. One of these picks that we have in the kitty could deliver us that guy. So we can't predict the future. We can always talk about things, but we can't say if anybody's in the future, right? I mean, if anybody got that crystal ball and predicting the future, just let us know when we're gonna win our championship. Because right now we just got, but we just gotta stay the course and build, and we have to be patient about it. And I know it's hard talking about being patient, but that's all we got.
We got to consolidate our assets, because
Mm.
if I was to ask a lot of Knicks fans, gentlemen, what's the best thing going for the Knicks right now? It's our amount of assets we got.
Yeah.
Right. So let's just keep that flexibility. If we feel a guy's about to expire, then flip him for another pick, and just keep that flexibility. Keep that flexibility. Maybe not to the extreme extent that Sam Presti's doing it, because he got more picks than he knows what to do with. But give guys enough minutes, let them build up their value, and wait, like you said, and Jarvis has been on point. Wait till the next guy is ready to pop. If RJ becomes a perennial all-star and someone else becomes a perennial all-star next to him, okay, then you got a nucleus. Then you try to fit around them. But until someone becomes a perennial all-star, you just got to maintain the flexibility.
Yeah, man.
You know what, CT, and I'll be the first to say this. Me as a Knicks fan, and I always want my team to do well, and I always be in support of them do well. It doesn't mean when you might hear me say certain things, you'll be like, "Come on, Jarvis, really? You thinking that?" It's only because of the high hopes, and I believe at some point that the franchise is gonna eventually turn this around and take off. So you'll see the optimism from me. But it doesn't mean I don't recognize the reality of what's going on. I can separate the two at any moment on a game-to-game basis. I really can. Some things you just have to be patient and wait for the course to run out just to see a little bit more from. And if it doesn't seem like it's trending in a direction that you're looking for, then you have to come to the conclusion that this wasn't what I was thinking whenever I first had that thought. So sometimes it takes a reevaluating, doing a lot of thinking on certain things, and so one person that I do want to give some credit to, and it doesn't mean that me and this individual have always been on the same side of things, like so forth as takes wise, but a person that I do have a lot of respect for, even with that, because Knicks fans, we many of us are all different, but we all want to win. Sometimes how to go about get there is going to be disagreements, it's going to be things that come up. But a person that I do want to give some props to be honest with you, is Sherwin. Because M was saying all along from the beginning that this team is not at a place where it can compete with the likes of certain teams. And even though we have competed in games, we were talking about overall as a franchise, as opposed as winning, supposed as going to the playoffs and going forward. We're just not at those levels right now. And I'm an individual, I'm a big component of if we're not where I believe we are or I think we are, show me, because that's what I want. I have to know. I have to see that. So my optimism of giving individuals a chance to see if they develop and grow, if something can transpire out of it, I want to see if it transpires. So this day is I'm gonna give some flowers to somebody, and it's somebody that I know that sometimes whenever he makes a take, he gets some differences opinions come at him. But I'm gonna say much love and much respect, man, to Sherwin M. Appreciate, man, the content. I know it don't always seem like you appreciate it, but let me tell you something, man. When you write about something, you just write about it. Period. I don't care who you are. It's just what it is. So shout out to you, my man.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think, like I said, Sherwin's was on point at the start of the season about how strong the East got. That, like I said
Yeah, he
earlier,
was.
gentlemen, that wasn't a talking point enough as to, we got better, but the East got so much better. Like
We
as in more,
underestimated how much better they got,
yeah,
CT. So
Yeah.
a lot of us. We all knew they got better, but we wasn't thinking that they got that much better to where it was like,
yeah,
okay, man, we see a big gap here.
more
Because
teams.
I'm gonna tell you, I was looking for us to have more continuity because we have more players.
Yes, me too.
And the the two components we said we needed. Now I wasn't happy about it because I had been screaming small forward, small forward, small forward in free agency, and there were
Me and you
small
both.
forwards out there. And I was looking at Kelly Oubre because
Oubre.
Kelly Oubre was campaigning, and he's 6'8", long, athletic wing. That's better than what we were going to have. You could have brought back
Exactly.
Bullock. But and a lot of people, some people for Oubre, some are. I was even saying, like, if you're gonna trade for one, you got Robert Covington. Oh, he's washed up. Or like, I'm not looking for Robert Covington to come in and drop 20 and 10. I'm looking for
Yes.
Robert Covington to come in here and fill that void. He can put up some good point. You have to respect his shot and what he can do, but it's that defense, and he can play multiple positions. So I was looking at a Robert Covington, what he could do. But there were other players out there. But then we did not, again, we call ourselves addressing the point guard situation. And it was basically, you remember those little coin, the little band-aids you put on coins on your feet?
Yep.
You know those little things? We had an arterial bleed and we trying to patch it up with one of them little jokers, man, at the point guard. Seriously.
Yeah.
And I would love to have somebody like that. It was just
There's no
just so many other
patience.
people. Yeah, it's the
That was the
patience thing.
thing. It was
Yeah,
like I said, the
and
reclamation projects. So many of them.
so many in there. I mean, look what we brought in. Not so Super Mario came through. You
Yep.
know, um,
Dennis Smith,
yeah, it was and then too, you got to look
Tone
at the coaching
Roten.
situation. Yeah, and the coaching situation we had at the time. Thibs, I'm not gonna say Thibs not a bad coach. I just don't think that he was the right coach for the young guys that we had.
Yep.
I wanted Kenny Atkinson. Also,
You
the
may have
number
a
one.
point there, Soul Finger.
I wanted Kenny Atkinson. I also was saying, Coach Wise he went to Phoenix, was Phoenix's coach. I wanted him. I wanted him. I also, what about Mark Jackson? Jerry Stackhouse interviewed for the position, didn't get it. But then you got to look at Budenholzer. He interviewed for the position, didn't get it. Boston's head coach interviewed for the next position and didn't get it. So there were a lot of other candidates. I'm not. I don't want us to fall in and go by the big name older coach that's been around for a while,
Right.
without looking at innovative or different way of making moves. So it's just so many ways we can go. But I'm a believer in one. We got to move the vets. You need to move these vets,
Absolutely.
and if we're gonna roll with Thibs, roll with Thibs. I think Thibs is a good teacher, especially on the defensive side of the ball. But he needs more coaches that can help compensate him with offense. He need an offensive minded coach. That's what he needs. And he let him do his defense, but have that offensive minded coach. I think that could work. But you also have to take away his safety net, i.e., these veterans. You got to take away the D Rose. You got to take away the doggone Burks. You got to take away the Evan Fournier. You have to take, even the Nerlens was just injured a lot. When he's healthy, he can help a lot, but he came in the league hurt. He was hurt in his early in his career, and it just kind of way it went. And the year that even when we made the playoffs, he was playing hurt. So I would move Nerlens too. And just keep building, man. Just build. Be patient and build. We got to get an offensive minded assistant on that bench with Tom.
What scares me, gentlemen, going back to the front office, is they're new. They're impressionable and they're trying to make a splash.
Yes.
And like that, well, I want to bring up a topic about some Ian Begley, jewels that was dropped today. about, we all saw Worldwide West, in Dallas scouting, right? Let's hope he was really only looking at Jalen Brunson, but if he was looking at Spider Mitchell, do you guys still think that that's their long-term plan, is to try to make that splash? Because we all know why Worldwide West, was brought in, Jarvis.
Yeah, and it's because, man, you figure we'd have a better chance, opportunity to land a superstar type of player, him bringing somebody like that to the New York Knicks. But what I will say is this: I don't think it was no coincidence that they were at that game. I believe they were checking on both. I believe they were checking on Jalen Brunson, and I believe they were checking on Spider Mitchell. Now, here's the kicker. Here's the kicker for me. Spider Mitchell is another individual that does need the ball in his hand. Now, to me, you're going to be an individual to where, again, this is just not knowing if a trade like that will happen or not. But do you see us getting Spider Mitchell without having to give up an RJ or or Julius Randle, which I don't have no problem with that. But what I'm saying is, I think that move like that will require one of those guys to at least be in that package, and that won't be the only thing that they want. And then on top of that, if so be that they find a way around getting rid of RJ, do you want 3 guys on the team that need the ball in their hand? I mean, how I want to see how that continuity and chemistry would really work with all of them on the roster if one of them wouldn't be in a trade package for Spider Mitchell. Then on top of that, I'm gonna tell you somebody that's getting slept on that I've been thinking about, and I just so happen to see, and I got to give Sherwood them credit for this as well, because I not long ago see him put it in the chart, and I have been thinking about this guy. Man, I am really impressed about with Jordan Poole.
Oh, Poole.
No, yeah, Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole, yeah, because he's a free agent. He's going to be a free agent.
Man, that guy, I believe if they get somebody like Jordan Poole here, I believe at the point guard position, for what point guards are nowadays, problem solved.
Well,
and fits the timeline, and young, and has been on a successful team, and has been in the playoffs right now, shining and doing good, and can run the team.
Well, I was reading a report earlier that if the Knicks couldn't get Brunson, maybe you would look at pivoting to Grizzlies other point guard.
Tyus Jones.
Tyus Jones, yeah. I'm talking about pivoting to him. That's another option.
Yeah, I have heard that same thing too, Soulfinger.
Yeah.
With Tyus Jones. But do you see, even though I like Tyus Jones and he plays the backup role real good, do you see him making a leap like that to being a starter though?
No.
So quick? That's what
really
I don't see.
don't.
I think Jordan Poole could.
Yeah, I mean, but and see, Jordan Poole. Well, see, the thing is, Jordan. See, this is the other thing, and Sherwin gets a lot because he has some good points, and I disagree with his points. Hey, everybody got their own option, their own opinion, but that's a good name to bring up. And I'm gonna tell you why I would lean hard on this Jordan Poole, because of that name came up until I saw that he put it in there, and I had to look and see if he was if they would let him go if it was some kind of way to get him out of free agency. Yeah, I really can't see Golden State letting him go. Who's the assistant coach? Who's the assistant coach with Golden State? They're helping with development.
Oh,
Kenny Atkinson.
Kenny Atkinson, yeah, that's right.
Kenny. No way.
Yeah, Kenny Atkinson is up in Golden State. So you have to look at that. So look at Jordan Poole and Gary Payton Jr., Kuminga, all these young guys. You saw those young guys were holding it down. You have a coach like Kenny Atkinson who is developing and holding it down. That your coaching staff can really make they can
Make
squeeze
players
all
better.
kinds of greatness out of it. Yeah. And
Yep.
that's Kenny Atkinson. And like I said, another reason I would have loved to have Kenny Atkinson, just for the simple fact of just because I'm spiteful. I'm the kind of cat I would cut my nose off to spite my face, and just put my thumb in the Nets' eye. To say to have
I'll
Kenny
quickly,
Atkinson.
I'll add
Yeah,
this,
man.
Solving. I'll throw it back to you. That the salary cap hinders what you can do with players on the court, but there's no salary cap for anything outside of that. You could spend as much as you want on execs, scouting, development staff. James Dolan's pockets are deep, right? Spend the money in the right ways.
I mean, that is so true, CT. We know James Dolan's pockets so fat they look like they got the mumps. So, I'm a believer of Kenny Atkinson just because of what he helped. See, Brooklyn should give that. They did Kenny Atkinson so dirty because he should have still been there. But you let your big name free agents come in and run him out, and that's on them. Kenny Atkinson, don't be surprised if Kenny Atkinson wound up going to the Kings because they're looking for a coach.
Yeah, or Jack.
And they get and they get Kenny Atkinson, and you got we talk about De'Aaron Fox, and he develops De'Aaron Fox. He could be the person to really unlock De'Aaron Fox's full potential, along with the other Mitchell. They got some young players up there, so it's no telling. It's going to be interesting. The front office really. I mean, you got to get that right coach in there, that coaching staff. And it's true. Somebody put it in. I saw it in the chat saying it's because we know Thibs is stubborn and he doesn't always want to listen. Thibs a lot of times gets in his own way. He has the tendency to outsmart himself. Somebody said, well, he doesn't outsmart himself. He's stupid. He can get in his own way and outsmart himself. Because sometimes you can overthink something and then step back.
And just going back to the original question, Solfinger, about what Wes was doing over there. Do you think him and Leon just still looking at the big splash? The Zion. Because let's face it, their boss could be giving them orders to say, hey, we need box office. we're New York. We need box office.
Yeah, man. Look, this is my thing with that, CT. I am in fear of desperation. Desperation, as in the front office will do something just to hold on to the job and try to make a big splash that could possibly backfire on us. And this is no hate or slander towards Zion, but I need to see what Zion can do. I need to see if he can stay healthy. I really, really do. I need to see him stay healthy. He has played a total of 83 games in 3 seasons. That's not good. And he's only 21 years old. So let's see if he can be durable and hold up before you make that kind of splash. Because, we get him and then everybody's going to be happy. But then he's injured a lot. We give up a lot to get him, and he's steady and he stays injured. Then what? You got others, you're going to have the one side saying, see, I told you not to get him. While the part that was making the big push, like we should have got him, now saying that he's a bum and he can't do this. So let's take a cause to pause. Let Zion show some durability. And also, why try to force, try to make the trade? Because you've seen how his eyes lit up when he came to the Garden. He was like the guy that got the head cheerleader in school. He had the prettiest girl in the school and whatever else. He's the guy that hit the lotto just to come to the Garden. He wants to be at the Garden. And there could be, where there's smoke, there could be some fire with the fact that we have RJ and Cam, his running mates in college. So it's a possibility. It's so many avenues that this could partially go, man. So I just
hope they're seeing what's going on in the NBA, right?
Yeah, man.
Just don't ignore the fact that Memphis, the Celtics, and the fact that our history, the reason we got a front office that keeps making the same folly is they keep coming in thinking, all right, the previous guy failed, I'm gonna do it better. But what they need to realize is the previous guy failed because they put all their eggs in one basket.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
And you know, the fact that we saw Worldwide West, there's also a report about that Utah was upset. Some of their brass was upset to see West at the game because of all the connections. So they got all tight about that as well. So it's something interesting, and it also could be that Worldwide West is playing mind games. You never know, because these guys do that. There's gamesmanship as well.
he could be done for tampering. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Jarvis.
And I think he's being very careful. It's almost like I'm gonna show my face, but it's like he knows how to toe the tampering line to where you kind of believe he is, but it's not so obvious that he is.
He's there to visit Randall.
I think he kind of crafty at that. That's that agent side of him. But yeah, and I think Soulfinger and CTU as well. He hit on a good point, man. Doing things out of desperation is no way to make a decision. Because more likely 8 out of 10 times or 9 out of 10 times you're gonna make the wrong decision. Because you're not really observing, evaluating. It's not too many. It's not a lot of things that you're taking in consideration with your decision when you operate like that. That's why I say stay the course, man. I know Knicks fans, we all want a winner. I want a winner so bad I can taste it, but not at the expense of us just making ill-advised moves and silly moves that tie us up and set us back. I would rather us take our time. Let's get this thing right. Going forward, then we have something to really build upon. That's a solid foundation, and sure, because this year, to be honest with you, one thing that we got away from too much, while we calling ourselves trying to add in other areas, is we got away from that defensive identity, man. Too much. It started looking better. It started looking better. Later in the second half after the All-Star game, it started looking better. But to be honest, man, that was a major setback. And to be honest, we had individuals that kind of individually had better offensive ability, but it didn't make up the sum of the whole to where it translated to us being so much of a better offensive team. Man, individually, they can put it down, but man, I think you need to go back to the identity. I'm gonna tell you something. Everybody knows, be honest with you, that have heard me say this before. And some people think it's a little fantasy. I think it's still obtainable, but it might be a little fantasy involved. I'm like, man, sign me up for DeJounte Murray. If above any other point guard we get, give me DeJounte Murray, I'm gonna be the happiest man in the world, man, concerning the Knicks. And I know Jordan Poole is not a per se true point guard, but he has the IQ to make decisions.
Yes, he does.
And I like him too. And that's going to account for a lot at that position, though he plays kind of like both. But if you got a high IQ, you're not to play with and he knows he's been playing with superstar players. So I believe he can fit the format of the chemistry of a team without hurting any continuity. I think he can make it even a little better, man. But yeah, man, CT, I'm all for the bill. I said we take our time. Yep. Look, man, Knicks fans, this is what I would encourage all of it. We hadn't been winning too much anyway. Why not let them get this thing right? If we have to be patient a few more years and we see, hey, man, it was worth the wait. As long as they can get it right, I'm good. And what it does, it helps us in the meantime kind of temper our expectations a little bit, not get too carried away. Because even whenever I made my decision, even concerning this year, I was looking at possibly anywhere from 48 to 52 wins. This was my expectation.
You and I on the same page.
Same thing.
This is where my expectation was. So I believe that we probably was going to be on the lower end, around closer to 48. I remember CT saying 47. And I was like, okay, that's kind of around where I can see us taking. So what I did, just for the sake of positivity, I settled in at 50, which was in the middle of my range. And I was like, okay, after I said, you're gonna have to give him some time, stuff to jail, continuity, chemistry, and for them to, because we knew they was gonna take a step back on defense, but we thought the team defense would at least come around or sooner. And then when I started saying, this guy, I had underestimated, and I'll be honest, I'll be the first thing, I underestimated how bad Kimber's knee was.
Man.
I didn't know to the extent the injury. I knew he had a knee injury, but I didn't know the extent of it.
Yeah,
or else my first mindset would have been, I don't know why you brought this guy here. Had I have known the severity, I'd have believed, man, no, don't bring him here.
He was better from a
and to me, that was kind of cap. You brought him here, and I didn't say much because of the story, how they got him, but I never even considered Kimber in my mind because I didn't even think we was even looking at that route. So I figured we was going to try another route, and then when I heard we got Kimber, I was like, okay, I know he has a knee injury. It's going to be all about how he bounces back from that knee injury if he's going to kind of look like he can be able to help us. And he had some games where he would score. It's just it would be all negated by the other point guard scoring ability. And then on top of that, when you have a Kimber and a Fournier in your backcourt together, it's going to suffer. They're not going to be able to stay in front of people. And they're going to be able to get into the lane in a cup, and that's going to hurt the big men. Going to have to leave their men. And, so it was just so much with that. So if it could have been, in that case, Kimber coming off with us having D Rose, I thought, well, hey, man, they would be able to split minutes and kind of help preserve each other. But that was before I recognized it was like a chronic arthritis type of situation with his knee. And when I found that out, I was like, huh? Really? Yeah, so man. It's like that? That ain't going to get better.
And I'm going to say this here, Jarvis.
Oh, man, I say, I said they probably made a little mistake here bringing Kimber in there. And that's why on one of the shows I had said, we're just going to have to come to the terms that Kimber is not going to be the same player. He's going to be here. And you can't have both of them in the lineup together. And that, CT, is when I start pushing for, if you're going to have Kim in the lineup, start Grimes. Bring Fournier off the bench. If you're going to have Fournier starting, you're going to have to start a different person at point guard. You can't have them both. And if you remember when I was saying one thing, CT, I was saying I would really like to see Kimber not necessarily as a backup. I kind of wanted him in even a lesser role than that because when I started finding out about the knee situation and how bad it was, I was like, man, he don't need to get a lot of minutes. I'm sorry. I like Kimber. So that's why I was so hoping the Knicks was able to find a way to trade him to a contender. But that's all a part of learning and building. So, but I will advise them, don't do a move like that no more, though. If you're going to see somebody that has that injury like that, you got to really do your homework on this injury. And I was guilty of that. I didn't know how severe his knee was in that regard. But it kind of, when I start recognizing what it was, I was like, man, I made a mistake here with this guy. I like Kimber, but he needs to be in a far lesser role on the championship team. But let's be patient, man, because that's one thing. One thing we have been known to do is I know people want to make the splash, and man, Leon Rose, we brought you here. Yeah, he gave us this person, but now they did Spence or mortgage in the future, and this team just continue to build. Now, that's why I'm all for them bringing some experience in to aid this guy in that. He's supposed to be Scott Perry, but I don't know.
I don't think they listen to Scott Perry.
And he might not so finger. And then on top of that, that's a part of sometimes when you've had major success in a different role and a team has want you and put you in a certain position, we gotta watch that we done got big-headed. That we thinking more than we more than what we are, and there's nothing we can be taught and nothing we can learn from other people. So I think, and that's why I think we thinking players. I think Dolan got his eye on some people in this front office, man. That's just me. And that's a part of building too, because the building is going to start with the front office and the decisions that's made concerning roster, concerning contracts, and concerning just the overall makeup and basketball operations of this team. So I'm saying Dolan is a man, he don't mind paying people, but Dolan has shown he will get rid of you.
Yeah,
I mean, this man got rid of Phil Jackson and was still paying him. What's that other coach that was before him? Was Mike D'Antoni? Is he still paying him? Yeah, him too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so he'll
how many dudes
he'll get rid of you now if he feel he need to.
No,
I don't think it's over
that
to get us a unit. I think they're going to give him another opportunity to see if they can right this ship going in the next season. But I believe he got his eye on him, though, man. And I think the thing is, Dolan, I must say, he hadn't been getting too involved. But with what's been happening with the team, I don't blame him in this case. We get, hey, fellas, what's going on? Well, what's the plan to fix it? Well, what you need from me? How we gonna go about turning this thing around? I think them questions gonna be had. It has probably already been had. So because if you notice, and Leon Rose, he should have talked to us a little bit sooner, man, than just at that little press conference that he had.
Give him props on that.
Yeah,
I can't give him props on that because you're gonna use Mike Breen's cred to have him throw you meatballs with extra sauce, man, so you can try to knock him out the park with those sorry questions, man. I had a problem with that, man. I'm like, come on. If you really want to go out and do an interview, and believe it or not, this person I'm about to say his name, Stephen A. Have Stephen A. ask you the questions, ask you the tougher questions. You know, Stephen A. come out about that. You know, I would like to see that. That'd be TV worth watching. I mean, man, I'd even have Skip Bayless come up there and give us some questions.
He wouldn't be able to keep his emotions in check. You know, that's the thing. When you're a fan, you're passionate. You know.
Yeah. And if you really wanted to mess with Stephen A., man, you could have went over there to Max Kellerman.
Oh my Lord, yes indeed. Hey, well, you know what? Have Max come on. You know, Max has no skin in he has no skin in the game. Even though he tried to use Knicks Nation like Stephen A. used the Cowboys to make himself like that. So I mean, you know,
a lot of this stuff is for entertainment value aspect.
That's what it is,
why
man.
They're not looked upon as really true fans, like you would see whenever you would meet people in podcasts or the real pulse of the Knicks. You know, Stephen A. Smith don't speak for us. You speak for yourself. But sometimes Stephen A. do hit on certain things that do be true. I just don't watch him a lot on it because I ain't got time for like Hollywood politics stuff that you do on ESPN. But so there are times where I have to, in this case, I have to agree with Stephen A. And I don't want to. But
he's entertainment, Stephen A. He's just there he's there for ratings, he's there for clicks.
You know. I would say this here on some stuff that was brought up. And you know, especially we were referring to like one I just like to say, like talk about or just bring up real quick the Zion situation.
Yeah.
And again, you know, I say this, you know, I know a lot of people, we all give Sherwin his you know, people dig at him because some of the stuff he says, well, everybody got just their own thing, their own opinion. But I am in lockstep with Sherwin on this regarding Zion. I think Zion, if he's going to play, he should be playing about 250. 250 would be a good weight, good size. He still keeps his explosive, keep his strength. Because if you look at him, Zion is the size of a nose tackle almost, man. Offensive guard, you know, and his body is just not going to work. But, you know, for the time being, like we said, stay away from him. Another point, I was trying to, because I was sitting there trying to make middle notes because Jarvis was dropping some jewels, man. All right, Jarvis came on here and dropping some jewels, man, to the point where I like, man, I want to follow behind
Getting
Jarvis.
It off.
He on fire.
Oh, man,
he on fire season.
Yeah.
Alan Hahn, that's a good one too. You could let Alan Hahn ask the questions.
I would be
exactly.
for that with Alan Hahn.
Yeah, I mean, you got all these other, but he needed, you know what, that interview, he needed somebody outside the Knicks organization asking him.
Yeah,
that doesn't have skin in the game, because it's like I'm gonna ask CT certain questions. I'm asking CT questions about his about his Knicks fandom, but I work under the CT brand. But I need somebody from the outside. Let's get Jarvis LaFleur that's outside, that's gonna come with those hard questions and hold your feet to the fire. That's what we need.
I would have loved to see CT. I ain't gonna lie. I would have loved for you to interview for you to interview Leon Rose. I would love for them, because I know that would have been a moment CT would have been waiting for. And believe me, CT ain't fooling me. CT is so nice. CT is very respectful. But CT got that hidden underlying passion for the Knicks that was going to cause him to ask certain questions he was not going to get on MSG, man. And I know that about CT because now it was like, okay, I have it all to myself. We are here in front of real, true Knicks fans and some individuals that come from outside of Knicks Nation that want to hear certain things that they are thinking about our team that other people really won't ask. CT will ask. And that's what I would appreciate. You and talk about CT. CT, if I'm gonna just say it, I'm hoping one day, man, you can get Leon Rose on here, but I don't think Leon Rose, he disappeared so much. I don't think he would even take that invitation, CT, because I think he would already feel too much pressure coming in to giving an answer on questions that he may not be ready to really answer. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't think he's ready for certain questions.
Here's the issue. What I've been hearing is that even if you get good answers, the interview was edited.
That's exactly right.
That's what's gonna happen.
They edited it out.
Because you know what it is.
There would be no editing here.
See what
CT would have it played as is. That's why it would be so interesting. And look, man, I don't want to just look, man. If Leon Rose, if you hear this, anybody that is trying to do a job, I'm not saying your job is easy. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is a person got to know. Sometimes you just got to know, hey, man, I got to go to my boss and tell him I need a little help with this. I need a little bit more direction on so I can do this job effective. Sometimes you just got to recognize when something is just over your head. As much as this go against ego, and I know you want to be the one that shows, and all this talk about Leon Rose and people I heard making songs using their names in it and all that ego stuff that go with it. When it comes to taking care of this type of business, man, you're going to recognize, can I do the job effectively? Okay, I'm going to try it. I'm not getting the type of results. What am I missing here? Well, obviously, after this season, if you can't figure that out after this season, then you need someone to help you figure it out.
Yep, absolutely. And like the chat's been on point. Nobody from MSG should have interviewed Leon. Breen didn't ask about the accountability with Randle and why wasn't the disciplined, and also explain some of the signings. You know, Kemba acknowledged that. The man Kemba bailed. He's not even in New York anymore. You know, that was a failure.
Yeah, man. That was just horrible. And see, I just want to say this real quick about CT. If he was, because CT hit him with the smile, be all kind, and he's smiling. CT's gonna smile and ask him that gut-wrenching question that's gonna snatch his soul with a smile, and Leon Rose gonna be sitting there sounding like Porky Pig with couldn't get it out because he put him on the spot.
Be like, but interview's over.
And that's what's gonna happen.
If not CT, I would love to hear Uncle Freezy interviewing.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would love that because I know that I know they're gonna get to some in-depth questions that's gonna cause you to have to Okay, man, these guys here, man. I can see Leon Rose sweating. Well, tell you what, I'm gonna get back to you on that. You hear a lot. I'm gonna get back to you on some of the questions, man. Or it's gonna be a shifting of, well, you know what, we'd have to. That might be a question for Thibs to answer, and then there's we asking you.
Yeah.
And let me hit you with a question. El Tagrasso hit us with that. Right now, who would you prefer out of Zion or Obi?
You know what? I'm gonna just come out and say it.
Oh, you can go first, Steve.
No. Okay. I'm gonna just say right now, currently as it stands, I'm still want to roll with Obi. Why? Availability is the best ability. I'm just gonna keep it simple like that. Because look, Zion is an uber talented player. I'm not taking nothing from Zion when it comes to that. But 3 years, 85 games? Nah. You got Obi. Granted, he's only been getting 9 to 11 minutes a game at times or whatever. But the role you can use to get the easy buckets and all like that, and the one key thing, Obi is available. So I don't care how grand, I don't care how talented he is. Man, he can ball out of control, fly out of the gym. He's dead-eye, won't miss a three. But you can't get it, but he never on the court because he always hurt. That don't do me no good. That's like having a Ferrari and no engine. I got the car, but I can't drive
that story.
It. Yes. So
over and over.
Obi,
we've seen that movie. Antonio McDyess.
Yes.
Oh
yes.
my God.
Great point. Great point.
Eddie
CT.
Curry.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe
and
Kim
I know this.
Mm-hmm.
I know this don't fit the conversation, CT, but that's just how bad this bothered me. I'm still bothered by that Bonyani trade, though.
Oh man,
yeah.
look,
that still bothers me.
You know who his agent was, right?
They did that for Melo.
Yeah.
You know who Bonyani's agent was, right, Jarvis?
I knew at one time, but I didn't forgot who his agent was.
Who's our president?
Don't tell me that was Leon Rose, man.
Leon Rose,
sir.
CAA.
Yes, sir.
Boy.
You hired the criminal. You hired the criminal.
You know what? I didn't think about that. And then y'all had the nerve to bring this joke over here and put him in a position in the front office doing that. That man fleeced us.
That's what he said. Dolan said, if you can't beat him, bring him
Join
in.
him, baby. Hey, Dolan did the same thing KD did. He said, well, I can't beat Golden State. Let me go join them so I can get this championship. That's just what Dolan did.
One thing about Leon, he didn't look the most confident speaker.
Not at all.
He's used to working behind the scenes, which I respect. Not everyone's a public relations kind of person, but you'd think your president needs to be pretty good at public relations.
Yes.
Speaking, like Tom Thibodeau, the poor guy, in terms of that avenue, was asked to be the spokesperson all season, right? Interview after interview, beat writer after beat writer, and at some point you could see Thibs get frustrated. Didn't he say a couple of times? He said, "Oh, that's a question for Leon. That's a Leon question." Those kind of things.
Yeah.
He was asked about Cam Reddish. Why was that move done and all that. I mean, it's not for that guy to answer that question. He didn't bring Cam Reddish in, but no. He's at the one that had to answer why they brought that in.
Another example, CT, of why I was thinking that Thibs and some of the individuals in the front office wasn't on the same page. Because realistically, if you're going to bring Cam Reddish in there, and then on top of that, give up a first-round draft pick for him, and us being the one that have to do it for a player that was in a log jam already, and then we give up a first-round draft pick for him. I mean, and then on top of that, Thibs, and then I'm hearing Thibs really didn't too much was in support of that move. You do that, bring that here, but you don't clear out a spot for the man at least somewhere in the rotation to see what he can bring. I didn't understand doing it. I like the fact that we was able to get him, but to be able to play him. And Thibs, I heard Thibs alluded to, he said, the thing is, we're bringing a Cam Reddish in there. Somebody you had to get rid of certain players to clear. So I didn't understand, them doing it like that. But to go back to that question too, CT, with the would you rather have Obi and Zion? I think Soulfinger, I think he hit more on some of the stuff that I wanted to say on it, but another aspect, I would say Obi, because for one thing, I don't know if the person that asked the question is thinking this is with Randall gone or not.
Well, that's another good point
So
too.
Yes.
if Randall was here and you just saying who would I rather have, Obi or whatchamacallit, well, we're struggling to give Obi minutes, kind of right now. So, and then Zion, who's trying to rehab and work, it might have worked out a little bit better that way having Zion there, because at least we wouldn't have to worry about how to find him some minutes, in this log jam. But I would rather have Obi, man. He's healthier right now. And that's why I say all of them going to be due for them contracts anyway. Let this next year play out to see how this guy's looking, man. If he didn't got in condition, his mobility and explosiveness is seeming to be there, and it seemed like he's playing healthy and having no setbacks, durability. Even if you have to work his way up in minutes, then maybe you take a flyer on looking at him, but you're gonna have to move Randall either way it goes if you're gonna bring in the Zion. So I'm not saying trade anything for Zion right now. Man, it's not available. There's no need to do that.
Yep. Well, I look at it like this too when it comes to Zion. Let him, he may force his way out of there. Like, I want up out of here. Especially the fact that, like I said, Jarvis and I, we from the boot. We from the original LA, the big L, little A.
Yeah.
And we know in our neck of the woods, football is God.
Man,
and I'm gonna tell you, man, for real. And the thing about it is, I let it be known, football wise, I'm a who dat. I've been a who dat. I'm maybe in cowboy country up on the north end where it was. It's more who dat nation now. But if the who dats eventually, I lived long enough to see them win a Super Bowl, and we talking about we were the first team that started the paper bag thing that you see other fans come in with the paper bag. So if let's be honest, Saints were horrible. They were hot garbage. So if they could eventually win a Super Bowl, I know our Knicks is going to win a championship here in the future. And that's what I base it on, because it was hard life. Now I say all of that. I'm gonna pull a G-man line. I say all that to say this: we have to stay the course. And when it comes to the whole Zion situation, let him be the one to say, I want out. Don't go in there trying to make it, because when he says he wants out and he's given destination, I want to go to the Knicks. Now the power's in our hand. We shouldn't go bidding against ourselves by trying to force a trade off of all these pieces. Let him do that, because he may get to the point when his time is up. Is because remember, he's going to be coming up on extension just like RJ. They got draft. They were in the same draft. Zion was 1, Ja was 2, and RJ is 3. And Cam was what? 10, 15, something like that.
I think.
Something like that, or 7 or 8. Okay, he was in there. He was up there too. The thing about it is, let Zion say, I want out. Because now they can do whatever, and he doesn't have to say he can dip. And we can get him an easier way. So be smarter to get what you want. But like I said, nothing to get Zion. I just need him to stay healthy and get that weight under control. He looks a lot better because and there's only so much you can. Yeah,
need to
it's
prove
only
it to
so
me
much
lately.
you can do.
And like you guys are on point. And I think I agree. Obi for me all day, every day, because like you said too, I want to wait for a dude to finally say, it's New York or nowhere. We need to stop going after people and just wait for them, build so that they come to us, kind of thing. RJ fell in our lap. Obi fell in our lap at pick number 8. Let's rock with the dudes that really want to be a New York Knick, that put in the hard work, want to practice hard, want to turn this franchise around instead of just chasing money or chasing fame. Right? It's tough because we are on Broadway. A lot of people want to come here for the wrong reason, but as fans, we see it over and over. We want a dude that's drafted and raised here so that they understand the culture.
And that's why, CT, I am with the build. That's why I am with the build right there. That's a clear sign of building, man. If you want you want to, and many people in the chat have said it before, but that's if you want to attract those type of players, let's continue to build. And then you'll see an individual look and say, you know what, the Knicks culture seems to be a very good culture that they're building over there. Seem to have talent, man. If I can go to a team like that, then man, I believe we can really do something. So then that's what you want to kind of put ourselves in that position. And that's why I say, man, let's just stay the course and keep building. We gotta hit on draft picks whenever we do it. But I think with all these draft picks, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't think we keep all these draft picks.
Oh no, we're not gonna keep
all draft picks. If there is a smart upgrade to be made when it comes to, when I say vet, I'm talking young vet. Somebody been in the league 4 years. 4 years.
There you go right there.
And it upgrades the team and it doesn't hurt our future, then you look at stuff like that. And that's why building, whenever when you building anything that is being built, you gotta have the strong foundation first.
Yeah, and I'll say the young players are the ones, funnily enough, chat and guys, the young players are the ones that have the most respect around the league. Like we saw RJ get respect from Miami, Jimmy Butler.
Yes.
Quickly got respect from Dame and things like that. They're earning
even Lemon Pepper Lou.
Yeah, Randle. I don't really see no one say nothing about Randle, about him and things like that. So it's like, okay, who are the dudes that were really going to put our name on the map, You
know what's crazy about that? You said about RJ and Jimmy Butler. You seen in the middle of the game, during the game, Jimmy Butler schooling RJ, pull him to the side, telling him, hey, you would have done this, this would have done. This in the middle of the game. I've yet to ever see that happen. How many veterans you see that? Even after the game, Portland game last in IQ's rookie season, you had Dame Dollar pulling him to the side, talking to him. I mean, religiously breaking it down to him. He has other players talking to him like that, man. So, I mean, you had nice. DeAndre Jordan with Mitch, even when he was talking to him, when we had him even after the fact, So we have some. We actually have
and quickly.
Yeah, man. IQ. This is one thing about IQ. He's one of those players that fans either love or hate. I like IQ. I'm with Jarvis when I was looking at him more as a combo, playing that too, because I thought he was so lethal. He could be really lethal, especially coming off the bench as a sixth man. But seeing that, giving him a little burn, and he said it himself, I watched film. I listened to what he was saying. The only concern I had was the fact the man said, I watched film and this, and this. He didn't say the coach and I watched film or coaches and I watch a lot of film and everything like that. So that, when you start breaking it down like that, it makes you kind of like, ugh. But I think we're headed in a very good direction because we're in a position we've never been before. That's all it is.
Yeah, the hard work. We see our players' attributes. They all got the same attributes. They want to work hard, Jarvis. They want to get early in the gym. They don't want to cheat this thing, basically. And what do they got all in common? They were all drafted by the New York Knicks. They didn't come here, for some other reason, for money or for fame, and that they chose here because they were drafted by us. They got really no choice.
Yes, sir, CT. And I see just put up a post by DA Knicks. Yes, DA Knicks, we have been building for a long time, but we need a proper build.
Yeah.
We don't need also you can build something. We can build something and just use any kind of material to try to build that's not going to be for sustainability and longevity, and your house is going to crash. So now we need to be building with the right substance. Sometimes that's the difference between somebody that knows something about houses and how to work, as opposed to that contracted and that's licensed and bonded, not shade tree type of building. They get you so far, they get you something excited for the moment, but it has no real sustainability. We need a proper build, proper direction. And therefore, it's going to be longevity there continuity and substance there to where we don't have to keep building for the name to be built.
Yeah,
You know,
and the other thing on that, Jarvis, I just want to throw this in while when you said on this, we had look at all the other regimes and the bonehead moves they made. I
yeah,
mean, that's why we're in a position because we had keep in point. Remember, there was a period we had not a nan draft pick, not a one, not a nan, nothing. We were just signing cats off the street. Hey,
Yep.
you kind of tall, you could dribble a little bit. Hey, want to play for the Knicks? It was that
Yeah,
kind of situation, man.
the Thibs effect. He was trying to, the Fizdale effect. So he was trying to, develop Moutier and dudes that he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
not
He
not
was
to
going up
mention
there.
Mr. Isaiah Thomas with that guard heavy rotation.
Oh
He was
yeah,
trying to put. I was like, my God, I was like,
you got
for a man
Marbury.
that has such a good IQ when it comes to
Mhm.
building as a player, when it comes to building a team, I'm like, well, where all that IQ went,
Yeah,
Isaiah?
trying to have Marbury and Steve Francis
Yeah,
together on the court. But see, the thing is, Isaiah does have eye for talent. Keep in
he
mind,
do.
David Lee, Lil Nate. David Lee was one of my favorite players that we had because
I liked
he was
him. So
ambidextrous.
okay,
Yeah, and he played out of position. He played center. He's
they
six
did.
foot nine playing, and he played center for us a lot out of position, and he was still a
Yep.
walking double double. And so
Right.
when we went after Stoudemire, I wasn't happy about the Stoudemire deal because we went for the name. We already we knew that Stoudemire knees were nothing but was the popcorn that you wrap your presents up when you shipping. His knees were like that, man. It was like Rice
Mm.
Krispie treats, man. His knees were shot out the box. So,
Yep.
but David Lee, and if you looked at the numbers, David Lee was putting up the same amount of numbers. His
Hmm.
numbers are pretty much the same. He was just a way better. It just wasn't a big flashy name. Golden State got the best out of David Lee, got his championship, and then he headed on to the greener path. He went on to retirement land. So shout out to David Lee. That was one of my favorite draft picks we had. And I think David Lee before after the do we have was Ronaldo Balkman after David Lee or was it before David Lee?
I
Before, I
think he
think.
was there. Was
He
he
was
there
before. He
one
was
day? I think
before.
he was there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then like I said, he had eye for talent, but then that whole thing with Ronaldo Balkman, you can't tell me somebody else was looking at Ronaldo Balkman before you. That's a bald faced lie. You know, like LLC. Hey, LL had a track. That's a lie. You're a liar. That was a bald faced lie. So I ain't gonna go way off on tangent like that, but it just you, we just got to do things the right way. Stay the course. Don't get desperate. Don't go after the names of the big bet that that used to be. We don't want the cat that used to be. We want the cat that's going to be. You know.
Yep.
if
Exactly.
if we're going to give up assets and somebody like that, I mean, I mean, you're going to have to do it for somebody to work your while, and I think we do have assets to where we can still have a future. But if you're going to go for somebody, don't go for Damian Lillard. Go after Shea Gilgeous
Yes,
Alexander.
man. Look, you got
That's right.
SGA. You
Chess.
got look
If you're
Trey
going to do it,
Man. You got a young Trey Man. Look, if I'm gonna go a pry for a young guy, I'm gonna say, hey, I'm gonna knock on San Antonio's door and say, hey, what's up with your man Jante Murray? I always get man every time I say his name, I get a bow-legged tongue trying to say his first name. But I go after Murray, man, because that's another young piece. But I mean, it
Lord.
was a point in time where he was there, but I don't see it happening. But I mean, the Thunder got a lot of point guards, man. So see what's gonna shake loose from the tree.
Hey, there's talk that in also in Ian Begley's piece there was some jewel about Johnny Bryant possibly being a name Charlotte go after because they
Man,
fired Borrego.
see, and I don't understand that about Jordan when it comes to that because he fires Borrego's not a bad coach. They
He
got
just got
better each year.
extended.
Yeah, he got better each year. So okay, they lost in the playoffs, but did they make the playoffs last season? No. Negatory. They wouldn't play, but they lost and they had injuries as well. You know, Jordan made the move he made, and I wasn't cool with that because now you fire Borrego. That means you fire Borrego. Now you looking over an offense. I I want to see what I'm kind of like what a lot of fans were talking about when it comes to Johnny Bryant. Even though we know Johnny Bryant hadn't coached anything, but he has, and some of the reason they brought him in is his connection, because that's another connection with Dame Dollar and Spider. It's the Johnny Bryant connection is right there as well. But I'm willing to give Johnny Bryant a shot. That's a young coach. He's young, and it's time. If you had to do a change of the guards.
Well, if you remember, last season, the Knicks went stretch where we had 1 out of 11 games. Well, a lot of that offense was implemented, man, by kind of like by Johnny Bryant, the style of play that they were playing. And I don't think Thibs is not an individual, man. I don't think that he listens to Johnny Bryant a lot of times. So if you're gonna have an offensive, person there, because Thibs being more old school type of coach, if you're gonna have an offensive mind there, it needs to be someone that has the type of voice that he can respect. Unless you're gonna go a different route with the head coach situation to maximize the most out of Johnny Bryant. So I'm saying like a person like maybe Quentin Snyder or maybe Terry Stotts, maybe he'll respect their voices a lot better when it comes to listen to them and implementing certain things. If he does that and allow these individuals, Thibs, don't get me wrong, Thibs is not a bad coach. It's just he's in a situation to where he's asked to focus on these young guys, and he's more veteran-driven type of guy. So that's why the points you said earlier, Soul Finger, I think you might have a point, man. I just don't know if going forward he would continue to be the right person for the team without an offensive assistant. That if they can get that, maybe you can solve it. And bear in mind what I will say, as much as Thibs' name has come up with his rotations and not developing and that and the other, a lot of the guys that when they did get some type of playing time, it didn't look like they quit on it.
No, they didn't. It didn't look like that.
So I will say this. I believe Thibs hold a lot of people accountable, but he allows somebody like Julius Randle to not be held as accountable as much. But I mean, could he? If you take his cloak away from him, like Sophie was saying, to where you get rid of these vets and he's forced to play these youngsters, just all youngsters, which is you won't win a championship with all youngsters. You got to have some measure of veteran like leadership on the floor, or what have you, and a superstar type of player. You got to have that. You just setting yourself up for that type of position. Would it necessarily be bad if they respond to him with the type of accountability that he will hold on the youngsters for some reason? Do you think it will be bad?
No, I think it'll really be good.
CJ.
No,
because as much as there's talks of, man, we need to get rid of Thibs and we need to get rid of that, and I'm fine either way. Just bring a good replacement in for him is all I ask. Yeah. But if you're gonna get rid of the guy, but it doesn't look like he's really lost those youngsters. Yeah, they would have liked to play more, but if you listen to certain ones talk, it was like they was kind of alluding, well, I kind of might have not have been as ready earlier.
Yeah,
maybe some of us was looking to push them out there too quick.
Yeah, and then that was the thing. Some of them weren't really ready at the time. I just wanted to just touch on one thing you brought up about the coaching situation, because Thibs didn't pick his entire coaching staff. You know that, right?
Oh, I didn't think about that, so thinking that's true.
Yeah, because it was Worldwide West. Two of the three are gone. The last man standing is Johnny Bryant that Worldwide West brought in. So there's a schism right there. I don't know, people say, no, it's not. You making up your own conspiracy theories. No, there's a schism going on right there, man. Because remember, Woody left right before we made the playoffs.
Yep.
And he was his alma mater and everything. It was his dream job. I get it. But I was like, okay, it was his dream job. But now Kenny Payne didn't rolled out. And now you got Johnny Bryan, and you see he doesn't really talk with Johnny Bryan. CT, it wasn't even 5 minutes. Just CT brought that up that he
No,
doesn't talk to Johnny Bryan.
he was planted there basically by World Wide West. That was a World Wide West hire. So
Yeah, man.
he brought in Johnny Bryant. You know, because obviously maybe Donovan Mitchell. If you connect the dots, he was watching Donovan Mitchell in Dallas. He brought in Johnny Bryant, who was Donovan Mitchell and Damian Lillard's basically trainer and best friend in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And I think again, World Wide West, there's only one reason Dolan's going to pay a guy that's a recruiter. Basically, World Wide West is known for recruiting in his circles. So, who are they trying to recruit? They're obviously trying to go big game hunting, which has me worried. And another great question I want you guys to answer is Scott Perry and Rosas. Scott Perry's contract's coming up. I think he doesn't. It's been reported he doesn't really have the loudest voice in this front office, And Rosas was brought in recently, so
The
I
man who
think
fired
maybe,
Thibs.
yeah,
I kind of think Scott Perry might be on the way out. That's what I think. I think he's on the way out, and I know Portland at one time was a suitor for him. I don't know if anything has changed with that,
yeah.
but it's kind of look like it's trending in that direction. In my
I can see him
opinion,
rolling
we'll
out
see.
of there. I can see him rolling out too, and for the simple fact, a team like Sacramento got all this stuff going on with them. He could possibly wind up in Sacramento. I mean, he go where he was with Sacramento before. He could possibly find his way back in Sacramento because when he was there, and he drafted because he's part of the Darren Fox draft. You know what I'm saying? So there's a possibility he can go there. Now it's a mistake not to listen to the man. I'm not saying Scott Perry is not without fault and hadn't made any errors, but he has done more good than he has done bad. And I would say hold on to the man and give him a bigger voice because how are you gonna have somebody that doesn't really know the job? I come in. Here I am. I'm a surgeon, and I'm going to operate. I'm a brain surgeon. I'm gonna operate on. I'm a brain surgeon by trade, by my education, but I'm gonna do open heart surgery on you. What the hell? Brain, heart, two different things. What the hell? It doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. So you need to have that. Just like we're saying, we need to have that vet on the bench. You need to have that vet in that front office, man.
Yes, Soulfinger. Yes.
Yep.
And that's why I'm all for, man. If you can bring in a guy like Presti, I would be so happy because a guy that successfully he has not only an eye for talent, but he knows how to build a team, man.
He was with Joe Dumars when they won the championship, man.
Yeah.
And that's why at that time it's amazing you mentioned it, Soulfinger, because at the time we went at Isaiah Thomas, I was like, man, I sure hope Isaiah will take some lessons from Joe on how to build this team.
That's for real. For real. And it's a travesty that Joe Dumars isn't back in the league somewhere in the front office.
You know what? I think that might have more to do with him, though. Soulfinger. I don't know if he really wants to.
Possibly. I mean, look, I'd be knocking on this door. Hey, Joe, check this out, man. Hey, you ever want to come back to the front office or something, man? And shout out to Joe Dumars, another cat from the boot.
Yes, sir. Magnice.
Yes, sir.
In my hometown of Lake Charles.
I think they want Spider. I think they definitely that's their target ahead of Zion. I think Spider would be that guy with the Johnny Bryant. If you connect the dots again.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's spot on, CT, because it's been too much. It's been more smoke towards Spider than any other player. It's been more smoke for Spider than it even was for Dame Dollar at the time.
Yeah. Because didn't that dude come out and say this is a dude not even attached to the Knicks? He was just a national media guy. He said it was Tim McMahon, I think, from Dallas. He said, oh, there's no way Zion Spider's finishing his career in Utah. Like the whole
there's no way.
The whole league knows that. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I still think that I still think that this whole thing with Spider is it's got more than legs. It's not walking. I think it's starting to run, man.
Yeah,
Really,
but
I really think it's starting to run.
the trade worries me. It's like, what do we got to give up, and how many years has he got left? It's just we're back to square one. I want to build this thing.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. We just got to sit back and see how things gonna unfold. Because if we do the Spider move, what are we giving up? I don't want the patchwork. I don't want to see the patchwork move, because the thing is, we bring Spider in. I don't want him to become the people. Everybody's looking at him as the savior. He's going to be the one to bring us, because Melo came in and he was supposed to be the one to bring us. But the follow up to give Melo the things he needed. Only time Melo had help. See, the only time Melo had time, they had to follow up. They did right by Melo is when we brought in the Jason Kidd, when we brought in Rasheed Wallace, when we had Marcus Camby, when we had who else was there with us? Brought back Kurt Thomas. When we had, we had, you had a young Shumpert and you had J.R. Smith, but you had the right coach for that team as well. Woody was the right man at the time to coach that team. And
I wouldn't have been mad at that.
No. So what I'm saying now is, like I said, there's certain. It's not that, like I said, Thibs can coach, but I just don't think that he was the right fit with what we got now. And again, I'm back on that. If you want to hold on to Thibs, get rid of all those veterans, have him develop these young guys into defensive monsters that he wants.
Yep.
Set
the table.
I know. Yeah. Because he's Thibs is the second oldest coach in the league, maybe second, third oldest coach in the league. We already know that Pop is the oldest coach. And I want to say Thibs is not too far behind, and granted, you get, I do get tired of seeing him, hearing him yelling ISO, 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 looking like Gargamel on the sideline. But you gotta change up your flow, man. It's like the rap game. You can't come out with the same flow. You got to change it up. You can't keep talking code the same thing all the time. You got to change up you kind of have the same form, but you got to change up some stuff, man.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't keep star chasing. Again, putting all our eggs in that same basket.
Yeah.
We have talent. We have young talent.
Yeah, that's an old basket we've been using at that. And that joker got holes in it, man. Our eggs are falling, hitting, and breaking on the ground. On the ground, man. It's the same basket we used from back in the Antonio McDice days.
And the league knows it. Why was Worldwide West there? That Ian Begley report. That's smoke with his fire. He has an official title. He's not unofficially a scout. He's official title, and he's courtside at another game. For the playoffs, without their permission. So I think something more could come of it. And obviously Donovan Mitchell, like we've been talking about, he doesn't look like the same guy anymore in Utah. He doesn't look happy, and there's issues with Rudy Gobert. They just wait till they flame out again. There's going to be more buzz. But back to the topic of the show, we all want to build the right way. The super team, Brooklyn's flamed out.
Oh man, I'm loving it. Say it again, CT. That sounds so sweet.
Yeah, Brooklyn flamed out officially.
I tell you, Boston is playing like a team on a mission, man.
Man, yes.
And you know what? Props to them for not trading those guys. Yeah, I'm talking about Jalen Brown and Marcus Smart.
Yeah,
because man, you talking about been instrumental to their turnaround, and I tell you what, That defense is looking nice over there in Boston. And
Man,
whatchamacallit stepped out. And I want to give some props to Marcus Smart too. Because this guy, we talk about vocal leaders, he is not the superstar of that team, but he is the heart and soul of that team. And he's the one that had the heart and courage to call out Jalen Brown and Jason Tatum.
Yes, he
to
did.
even tell him, hey man, I will play, and what we do hinge on y'all. The next step is we need you to do this.
He's their heart
and
and
I was
soul.
like, man, and he was exactly right.
Yep. Jarvis, you hit it. He's their heart and soul, and that's what a winning team needs, you know?
Yeah, man. Because he Marcus Smart is what Patrick Beverly is to the Timberwolves. That's what he is. You bring in a player. Yeah, man. He is smart as what Patrick Beverly is to the Timberwolves, and that's the kind of player that we need. We don't have a player like that. You notice that, right? We don't have. If you look at the teams that we said were really, really good players, and also we had Kenyon Martin. He brought in Kenyon Martin during that 53 game run. That squad had a bunch of cats with that Patrick Beverly, Marcus Smart mentality. That was a rugged team that was out there. They were physical. They didn't back down. They weren't gonna jump out of the gym on you, but they were gonna grind you in the dust the way they played. They were physical and tough. You had the right thing. We don't have a player like that. And like you said, we have to build. We have to build that way, man.
Yeah, go JJ. He's got to hit up the Brooklyn game in the Knicks jersey and straight troll.
JJ, just be careful, my man. Just be careful.
You know what's funny? But you know what's funny? You remember how you would have we were surprised at Brooklyn because the Nets fans didn't have a channel to go to, so they want to come troll us. Right now, Brooklyn Nets Nation is so quiet you can hear a mouse pissing on cotton in church right now. It's so quiet over there in Brooklyn.
Yeah. I will say this. Look, man, I don't know about many Knicks in the fan base. Maybe some of them have the same thoughts as I do, or they don't. And if you have a different thought, that is fine. It's not right and wrong answer in my eyes. But I am glad that, and don't get me wrong, KD is one of my favorite players in the NBA. So far, he's just an individual player. But I am glad that the Knicks passed on bringing him here.
Well, no. You know what I'm gonna have to correct you. I'm gonna have to kid. There you go, CT. I was gonna correct a little bit. Thank Kyrie for talking him into going to Brooklyn.
Well, that's true too. That's true.
Kyrie was like, oh no, the world is flat, so we might as well go to Brooklyn.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad.
No, I concede on that one. Something you got a point on that
one. Kyrie told him, "Hey, man, don't worry. Hey, listen to me, man. We go to Brooklyn. We don't go to the Knicks. But didn't KD say the Knicks aren't cool? Hey, the Knicks aren't cool. Now he's sitting there. Hey, you seen that meme from the old '90s X-Men where Wolverine got a picture of somebody laying in the bed rubbing the picture." Well, it's a meme that. Well, that's KD. KD laying in his bed with a picture of the Knicks emblem.
Looking at the Knicks.
Just rubbing it. Saying, I should have gone to the Knicks.
The SpongeBob one when they're oh man, that's a cautionary tale, but that's just a lesson that hopefully we've learned, and that the fan base and the organization has learned that you can't blame the fans anymore. We're patient. Right, we missed out on KD, we missed out on Kyrie. We've turned a new leaf. We've turned the chapter now, and we're on. It's like a sliding doors moment when that happened, right? That changed our trajectory. Remember, we cleared the space for KP to make all those moves. all the ducks were in a row, and all of a sudden, that was thrown upon us, and now we're back to a situation where we're star chasing potentially, but we've got some nice young pieces in house. You know, we're the Brooklyn Nets before they got KD and Kyrie, and
And see, I'm
we
gonna tell
can't
you,
we can't mess this up.
no, we can't. We can't. I just got to throw
Yeah,
this out here. Hey, the scene from Boys and the Men. You remember when Trey got home and he was mad? He was swinging at the air.
yeah.
That's KD right now because he about to get swept.
Yeah,
He's swinging at that. He mad like Trey on Boys in the Hood. He fighting the air, baby. He mad. He big mad right now. I ain't gonna lie, I'm loving it, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm being petty, I know, but I'm
What
loving it.
What are your thoughts on JJ's question about Spike?
Yeah, I saw that. You know
Yeah,
what? Spike, look, if
it's
you
like
that desperate,
Rappaport is another one.
yeah, he was walking around with his jersey. Don't say you look, man. I know I'm not from the city, but I am a Knicks fan.
Yeah,
I bleed blue and orange with the white. I would never, never, and Chris Tucker voice, never, ever, 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 ever put on a Brooklyn jersey. I don't care.
yeah,
Spike Lee, yeah, I know you because he's from Brooklyn, correct? He's originally from Brooklyn, correct?
yeah,
I think so.
And he tried to do that, but nah, bruh, you supposed to be a Nick. That's you supposed to be a Nick. He should never be there. He shouldn't be. You should go watch. Okay, you go watch the game, but you shouldn't be cheering him on like that. And you want to
yeah.
go
I
to a
think
game, go to the game, but you
he
gonna
got a
cheer him on.
beef with Dolan as well. Remember?
Yeah, you
But
got to
you know
beef with
what?
Dolan because yeah, man.
I,
But
I
don't get
will.
on
I will say
ESPN
this
talking
though.
about the
After you,
Knicks.
Sophie.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
No, no. I was saying after you finish, I will say this.
Oh
What I
no, I'm
would.
done. I'm done. I'm done.
Oh, okay. Well, when it comes to Spike Lee, I think Spike Lee is definitely a Knicks fan. I think the aspect, and I get where you're coming from, and I'm not going to say too much against that, but I think Spike Lee was just happy that a New York product at least was representing in the playoffs or trying
Yeah,
to get somewhere in the playoffs. And it was just the fact of supporting something from New York that was actually in the playoffs. When it come down to out of New York, the Knicks and the Nets, you'll see Spike Lee supporting Knicks over Nets. I think that was just a thing of, well, at least a New York product did make it to the playoffs. So I'm hoping they at least do good and make it just from his standpoint. Now, if he has a different mindset, I would like to hear what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm giving him too much credit or too much benefit of the doubt. Maybe I'm saying it in more of a nicer way than actually why he was doing it, because you could be doing it despite Dolan. Ain't no telling.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I think it was just the fact that it was a New York product and that he
And
was just trying to be
yeah.
supportive of just that.
plus you know what would have happened. You know, don't rule this out. Is that Brooklyn or someone would have sent him a ticket to say, "Hey, here's a front row seat for you to be at a Brooklyn game." You know, to stick it
Yeah,
to And by the way, here's some free merchandise and
Yeah. I mean, that whole because I mean he would at least he wasn't wearing because of the JJ put in, he wasn't wearing the gear. But
right.
you call yourself being a true Knicks fan, you rooting them on, and I can understand that part. You want to see the city, you represent your city. But my question is this: you're a Knicks fan, you that thirsty to see a championship from your
yeah,
rival? You and they come on, hey, that's like me. Like I said, I'm like your football wise. I'm a who that. That's like me. Like it's like me pulling for Atlanta when they went to the Super Bowl. I wouldn't watch that game with a homeboy of mine that's a Falcon fan, and I had to big up Tom Brady. I had
Hmm.
to, man. I just can't. It's in my soul. I'm petty like that. The Falcons gotta stay down. They just can't. And it's like Brooklyn. Brooklyn with us with the Knicks, man. Hey, look, they talking all that noise and this and that. But now you seeing them go down. Is like, hey, they taking a right and a left, and they on the mat. They on life support, man. And when if they get swept, oh my God, if they get swept, oh Lord, Brooklyn Knicks fans better never ever come into our chat again talking about we suck or whatever else. Man, we want to hear that we rebuilding. You had the greatest of the greats on your squad. And they put out they didn't put out a broom, they put out the big push broom.
Yeah, they nearly needed a Blake Griffin to save them tonight. If they had won, Blake Griffin would have saved them. And I just think, man, I'm just glad things have worked out the way they are. I just think,
man,
yeah, it's a lesson in life. Yeah, it's not always the grass ain't always greener.
Always greener, sir. You said it.
Man.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, the way they looking, they need Jesus and high tops to help them out, and it's disciples, and that ain't about to happen, bro.
They got Ben Simmons waiting. Their savior's Ben Simmons.
Yeah, man. If I was them, I wouldn't even bring Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons don't even need to play even this year.
Say it again.
Man, look, bro. Just go into the summer, work on your game, wait for summer. Wait for the summer. He might even need to go to the summer league just to get his feet wet
just
back playing.
Back on vacay.
Yeah. And playing. Look, man. Ben Simmons got a lot of attributes that can help any team. I'm just concerned about the mental aspect of Ben Simmons right now, and also I'm hoping his back situation is nothing major. I don't think it's anything major, but it's just look, man. This is the stuff that concerned me with Ben Simmons. He got all the other tools, and believe you me, he could help a team. It's just
right team.
You show all these shots of you taking shots in practice and all this kind of stuff, but when it comes to being in the game, I'm like, it's not translating for confidence into him wanting to try a lot of that. And then on top of that, he's concerned about going to the free throw line. And we don't, Lord knows, we don't need any other bad free throw shooting.
Yeah, it's all mental.
On our team, we need improvement ourselves. But Ben Simmons could definitely, he could help us because he brings a lot defensive wise. He's able to pass. He got length. He can play multiple positions. It's just, you're going to have strong everything else when it comes to how the offense needs to operate if you're going to have a Ben Simmons on your team.
Yeah, I mean he's a 6'10" LeBron James without a shot and scared to shoot free throws.
Yeah,
in some aspects like that,
and he ain't working on it. He hasn't.
No, not at all. He's still the same way. He never got any better. And when it came to that, and my thing was, I know at one time people were like, "Hey, we need to trade for Ben Simmons. We need to trade." I said, "No, we don't. Stay away from him. No. You stay away from him. You don't want no part of that, man, because." Ben Simmons, Ben Simmons need to be on a team with shooters. Golden State would have been a good fit for him because Golden State would have been perfect for him. Yeah, they got shooters.
I don't think Brooklyn Nets was a bad spot for him. He was just in a bad position to even be able to help them, give them anything this year.
The biggest issue
because they would have took a lot of that load off of him offensively.
Sure would have.
The biggest issue with Simmons is his pay. He's getting paid like a star, but he's really a role player because he's a great defender. Let's not get that wrong.
Rebound.
He's all NBA defense, all defensive team. But let's be honest, he's getting paid $40 million, and he can't really.
Yeah, that was my issue.
Yeah,
that was my issue right there.
It's like
at $40 million.
Yeah, talk about trying to win for a team. That's like 2 Jalen Brunsons, or a Mitchell Robinson and a Jalen Brunson, or an RJ and a Quickly. You can't afford to be paying double salary in one guy. That's not putting you over the top. You can't pull up and shoot a shot when the shot clock's running down in a playoff series. If he can't get to the bucket, he's passing the ball. The whole defense knows that he's got to pass the rock.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, man. So,
oh my God, I tell you what, I have definitely I had definitely enjoyed myself here tonight, here tonight, man. Shout out to the chat, man. Salute to you guys. You guys are awesome, man. And Soul Finger, man, so good to see to be on the panel with my home state homeboy. Always a
Man, I'm
pleasure.
telling you,
CT, you
man.
always know what it is, man. You always have much love for me, man. Ever since man, when I listened to it, I was like, man, I've always taking the CT. I was like, man, I like this guy. And then when I heard you had a channel, I had to find out. I had to come find you, man. And once I
Yeah,
first found out, I was like, oh yes, I'm gonna find CT. So I always appreciate, man. I appreciate the love, the respect. Appreciate you allowing me on the panel today. I'm just excited going forward to see this thing continue, to see what happens, and I'm glad that I did kind of temper expectations, and I think I'm a little more back on track in that aspect to where I can just say, okay, man, we just gonna focus on the journey of this thing and how it's building going forward, man. And it's a beautiful thing, and as much as this year kind of it can give you a little headache at times when you seeing some of the way the things that have transpired. But you know what? Overall, with these youngsters, I see hunger, I see fight, I see
Hmm.
relentlessness, and I believe these guys are only going to get better. And believe me, I don't see too much individually as saying this guy is so over the top explosive or stands out. But as a collective unit, I see how they mesh together. I can see them being good together as a unit.
yep,
Yeah, man.
yeah. It has
Yeah.
tempered expectations. It's been a crazy season, and it's just been another chapter, in our fandom. But what happens when things don't go your way is you must learn. You're always learning in life, and you learn from mistakes. I hope Leon Rose, part of me did see some remorse, in the way he ducked a few things, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I think he's got to have learned. He's an amateur executive, and I just hope they stay patient and they build the right way. They build this thing and don't worry about no super teams.
Yeah.
Man, that's key right there, CT. Don't worry about the doggone super team. Just build it organically and just stay the course. We're good. Sign and bring back Mitch. I'm a believer. We need to bring back Mitch.
Yeah, you're big on Mitch.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm
See,
I'm one so thing. I hear you, I feel you. I'm just wondering about that. I'm just wondering if the Knicks have really missed their window with him, because the
I'm
last summer would have been the perfect time to extend him if they was going to extend him. Now that you didn't, and you letting it
we
come
missed
to
the boat on.
unrestricted free agent status, I just wonder if I just wonder if man if he's I just wonder if he's gone. Man, I just wonder.
I
And then
gotta
and
I
then
gotta
if he is, what will you do to replace him if he's
man,
gone?
seeing that and see that's the thing. I got a feeling we missed him. Even though I read somewhere it was on Instagram, he's saying Knicks or nothing. He had a t-shirt saying Knicks or nothing on his shirt.
yeah, he
He
did.
posted that, and he's cryptic with his way of putting it. I know
He
they
wants
they
the
did.
bag.
Yeah, he wants the bag, and they came up with. They were trying to negotiate the contract, but supposedly they weren't close enough with the money. I'm like,
Yeah,
look, man, just bring Mitch because if we lose him, man, that's. I know some people hate Mitch game, whatever, or whatever, say whatever, but Mitch is a vital piece to this puzzle that we're putting together, man. And
you can't lose him for nothing.
yeah, and
My
I
question
can't.
is, guys, how far were they off on the negotiations? That's what I
I
never
don't
was clear
know.
on.
I don't know, but Leon Rose is tight with the money. He's tight when it's
Yeah.
not that he's in charge of the money, but when he's getting the money, man, he fleeced us, man. He split us from the rooter to the tutor when it came to that to the money, getting his guys stuff. So
Boy, Giannis.
it's
I think
hard to
they were
say.
off in the years. If Jarvis, if you ask me, I think they're
Okay.
off by. I think they're off by a couple of mil. He wants maybe 15, the max, and the Knicks maybe don't want to give 4 years. Maybe they want to give 2 or 3 with a team option, and maybe his agent's holding out for a team to offer 4 years guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
So you
Or
think they were just probably just waiting to see how free agency may kind of determine his value.
Yeah,
Like what
That's the
other
other
teams
option.
may try to do, and they'll determine if they're going to match it or not.
yeah. I think
Hmm.
the Knicks have already tabled an offer, right? They've said, "Hey, this is our offer. Go out there. You know the offer. Go out there and wait. See if any other team offers you something, and
Mm,
if they do, then come back to us."
Yeah, and to come
okay,
back with a counter offer.
Basically, yeah. So
okay,
they don't end up bidding against themselves. So
yeah.
they're putting a modest offer, and then they'll go see if he can find someone that'll beat that.
And I want to put this out here, and it's a shout out to my man Ala Wise. Wise, and I talked about it, and he made a good point on this one. Having, with Randle and Mitch on the court together, because Randle gets a lot of defensive rebounds,
Yes,
and
it does.
Mitch can get and Mitch gets a lot of offensive rebounds, so it kind of helps. It kind of, you see what I'm saying? You're getting both rebounds on both ends, so it helps. And the simple fact that Mitch can get out there and block this, though, he's a 7-footer that can get out there and run people off the 3-point line. The problem with him this year was the two additions we had. That would made Mitch look like he wasn't doing as much because, let's be honest, Evan Fournier and Kimball can't put a cover on the bed, man.
Yeah,
And
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 not to mention Noel's situation that really hurt us
yeah,
Oh,
this year, man. With Noel's situation, because to be honest with you, Mitchell wasn't in condition, and he really wasn't right back from
that foot
from
injury,
coming off
yeah.
that 9-month layoff to be doing what he was doing. But he toughed it out, sucked it up, and still went out there and tried to play. And here we were thinking we didn't know if Mitch was gonna play in Noel
Mm-hmm.
I
was the
think that
one man that, and I don't think they was really honest with us, CT, about Noel's injury. I don't
No,
think
I'm
they
with you
nah,
on
mentioned
that.
no
I
way,
don't
man.
think
No
they
one knows
mentioned
where
what
he
was
is.
really going on with him, man.
Yeah,
Because
he never
they
spoke
know
to
the
no
fan
one.
base was gonna be on him about that.
Yeah,
But
apparently
Good.
the Knicks didn't even let any beat writer have access to Nerlens Noel to
Not at
ask
all.
him what's going on.
yeah,
You know,
And the thing
yeah,
about
so
it, I remember Ron pointed out, Ron Cleveland, man. He pointed it out in that game. He said, man, look at Mitch. He can't even run. He barely running it. And I could have swear that knee brace of his it was way bigger than it was last year, man. That thing, it looked like it was a hyperbaric chamber on his knee, the way he was running up and down when he was trying to run up and down the court. But
yeah,
I,
and
I
and
do
and,
like
and, ano-
Sims
and
though.
another thing too that I'm looking forward to just to finally see, with the injuries that Mitch have had. I know a lot of it is talked about Mitch on the offensive end. It doesn't
Mhm.
look like in the past 2.5 years that he had a major opportunity to do a lot of work on this offensive game,
Yeah,
trying to
nothing.
rehab from injuries.
Mhm.
Yep,
So
nothing.
I'm saying he making do a little more than what we even recognize he making do. And I think this offseason is going to be telling to see if he's working on something offensively. And plus, I mean, to our credit, when we was talking about Amari Stoudemire, look, man, the man was playing with Steve Nash,
Yeah,
getting him
Yes.
the ball.
It, it don't get
I
any
mean,
better than
I
that,
mean, come on,
unless you
that's
with
no
Jason
comparison
Kidd.
so forth as point guard play wise, IQ, intelligence, leadership, and how to run a team, find teammates, and put people in their spots and all that. So that's why it is important to see how this point guard situation looks. And you said something earlier, Sophie, and you was talking about IQ. And one thing I'll give IQ credit for, and you did hit the nail on the head when he was talking about he had or like he was like approaching the game this and how he would study film and all that because of making his transition. He didn't say the coaching staff was talking to me about doing this. It was like he was trying to do his own development. Imagine what he can do
Yeah.
with somebody that focuses on helping him
Development.
develop and will point out certain details to him.
Kenny
That's
Atkinson.
why
Kenny Atkinson.
a player to me like Chris Paul, if we could
Yes.
have gotten him, would have been so instrumental, man. If he was going to just concede on this guy being a point guard instead of just being thrust into a point guard role that he hadn't played, that he really doesn't play. But he came into college as a point guard. And
Yeah.
because of Tyrese Maxey and all of
They
them there.
made
They
him a
kind of
two.
moved him off guard. But just because you came in as one thing doesn't mean you was efficient and real good at it. Because Quentin Grimes was supposed to have been at the point guard, and they
Point
moved
guard, yeah.
him to shooting
Yeah,
guard,
Quinn Grimes
and he
was
kept
when he was
at that
highly
role. But
touted.
now imagine the improvement that you see with IQ that happened like in the last 5, 6, 7 games of the season. Imagine that carrying over into the off-ball position. That
Yeah,
makes him
man.
that much more immaculate at that instead of the full-time point guard. But hey, if they go with IQ and he can some kind of way develop and change my mind on it, I am definitely not rooting against him
Glad for that.
on it. I'm
Mm-hmm.
definitely not
Mm-hmm.
rooting
Absolutely.
against him. I'm just not convinced he is the
The
option
one.
just yet.
Yeah.
I need to see more from him.
See, the thing about IQ is he'll never be, in my opinion, he'll never be that true point guard, and that's not him. That's okay, but that doesn't mean he can't play that spot. You know, he can learn.
Exactly.
And
He
a
can
good
learn
point
to
on that one,
facilitate.
CT. That's a good point. And really when you look at today's point guards, it's not a lot of true floor general
Yep.
type
Yeah.
of point guards. The last of that is like Chris Paul. You're gonna get
Chris
your
Paul and
combo
Rondo.
guard as long as
Rondo.
the
Yeah.
IQ is there and your decision making is good and the shot selection is there. You know when
That.
to get your shots, know when to, basically getting your other teammates involved first, and you're playing off of that in the floor of the offense, then you can do the job. The rest you just
Yeah.
improve on certain areas of how like his mid range. I'd like to see him pull up sometimes and take a shot and how he even
Yeah.
finishes or whatever, instead of
He,
floater all the time. But
the
Yeah,
blood
you know,
rushes to
he's
his
known
head.
as the go to float.
You know, he's just a bit too young. You know, when your blood rushes to your head, you think
yeah,
I can hit this shot. You know, but sometimes you just got to calm down a little bit. You know, maybe find a better shot.
Yes,
We
that's
all
so
know
true, CT.
we all know IQ
what's
can hit a
good
shot.
though is these guys are still young. I don't think they're so set in their ways, so to speak, that a person, if you get the right development person in there, I think they can add something to them to help dimensionalize their game. I think you can. I don't think they're at a point to where, hey man, it'll be hard for them to change their game. It'll just be different. They'd have to work at it. It's gonna be a learning curve. But I don't want to write off and say what a player can't be this young and this early. You got to give them time to grow and develop, but you got to have the right development people in there too to try to maximize their abilities. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Going forward with all that. But guys, I tell you, I've enjoyed myself. It has been real, man. I think I'm about to head out or whatever. But CT, thank you again, man, for allowing me on the platform. Shout out to all the guys in the chat. Much respect, much love to all you guys. Soul Finger, much love, much respect, man. Give my regards to Stafford Don and
I
Uncle
sure will,
Freezy, man.
brother.
And guys, man, love y'all. Appreciate you, man. But I'm out.
All right,
Appreciate
there,
it,
Jarvis.
Jarvis. Salute Jarvis on fire tonight.
Yeah, man, he
Be
came in
well.
with both barrels loaded with grenades and some landmines, and he was giving it to us and rolling in a tank. And I would say this is CT being back with you, seeing Jarvis, well, being on with you and having Jarvis is taking it back to the days of when we were out there with Ron and
Yep.
everything. And I was gonna tell you because I don't think I ever told you. I talk about my daughter a lot. She plays ball and everything. The first time it was with Ron's show.
Yeah, yeah.
You are her favorite person because you guys like, well, when is CT show coming on? So you're Bird's favorite guy. You her
Oh
guy.
man, salute.
Yeah, yeah.
Appreciate
So
that.
yeah, she always asks about you and everything. So I've been meaning to tell you that for long. She always, when I was on with you
Yep.
just listening or playing when you play backs, I said, oh, I'm about to get on. I'm on the show. I'm on the show. I'm about to put you on. She's like, no, don't. I want CT to see my hair look like this. I don't want to be looking crazy in front of everybody. I'm like, get out of here,
Yeah.
girl. I was just messing with you.
Oh man, how's her career going? You know, playing out
she's
there.
she's doing. Last season was a rough season for us. We made the playoffs with 5 girls. We were one and done, but we're doing a spring league right now.
Yep.
She's playing more pivotal roles. She's playing both power forward and center, but she's going to probably play a little more power forward. Where she's going to play a little more power forward than she did center last year because we got we got a freshman coming in that's already 6'1".
Oh
Yeah, but
man,
they had a game today, and Bird was real active. She had 25 rebounds, 14 points, one block, two steals.
that's
And she
that's
had
that's still on the sheet.
she had four turnovers, and I know why she was, this is spring leader getting in shape. Is
Yep.
she was trying to hit a girl with a up and under, but she kept moving the pivot twice, and then she forced a couple of bad passes, but she would have had more rebounds than that, but the 6-footer kind of knocked the ball out of her hand. She just came around and knocked the ball out of her hand. And she was telling her like, "Hey, you got to be on this side. If you're going for it, if you're getting it, call it so I know what's going on, so I can, so I can, box out for you." And then she left about 10 points on the floor because she didn't jump. I keep telling her, so you got to jump. When she rebounds, it's funny. She reminds me of Zach Randolph.
Yeah.
When she gets rebounds like that. But the thing is,
Ca-
Bird can actually jump. She just won't jump all the time.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you got to time your jump as well.
Hmm.
Because at that height, you can't just extend your arms and expect to get it.
Yeah,
You know.
because she actually had a coach from another school pull her to the side and say, "You too athletic to not be more dominant in this game." And that was last week. She took it to heart because I don't know how many. I didn't see. She had a few rebounds, but she only got 2 points. But this week she came out and she was active and had 14. So, and the first thing I showed her, she said, "Oh, I got a double double." I was like, "Yeah, you got a double double." This was her first. She flirted with a double double before, but this is her first time getting one. So this is spring league right now. They got going. So I think we're gonna be pretty solid this year. We're
Yeah.
gonna be pretty
Nice. Yep.
solid this year.
Hey, Rome wasn't built in a day. Just
Yeah,
tell her to keep plugging away, and just like the New York Knicks, just get better
exactly.
every day. Like your aim should just be better than you were yesterday. You know,
Yeah,
develop
man.
something, work on your free throws, work on your fundamentals, uh, work on your court vision, unselfishness, play as a team, and
Hmm.
yeah. And I feel like the Knicks are, we're in a situation we haven't actually been in a long time in terms of the youth we have. Like so many players under 27 years old, right?
Man, I mean, look,
You know,
we got RJ and Cam are both 21. RJ and
yep,
Cam are 21. That's crazy. I mean, then Obi out of the young players, and I know Julius is still considered he's young, but you don't look at him. I'm looking at he's more of the vet. But Obi is what 24.
yep.
Obi's 24, 25. He's the oldest out of all the guys. We got nine. Everybody else, the other eight are under 25.
Nice core nucleus.
Yeah.
That's why I said with Quickly and Obi, you can't break those two up. You got to keep both.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? In terms of RJ, of course, as well. But you got to keep Quickly and Obi together as well because they have some kind of special chemistry. That's for real. You can't
Mm-hmm.
you can't disguise that. And it's
Like,
fitting they both balled out at the same time. No coincidence. They both, if Quickly got a triple double, then it was Obi getting 42
yeah,
points.
yeah. It was crazy when Quickly had a triple double. Obi had a double double.
Yep.
That's yeah. Now that you say that, I didn't even think about that. I was just amazed how those two worked together because they had been training together and working together in the summer league. We know IQ is a gym rat. He's a gym rat. Obi, you can see Obi he was hesitant in his game because he was worried about making a mistake and getting pulled, and you saw it. I'm not saying that Obi's gonna come over and take over the world and it's gonna be, the world of Obi, but Obi is a good player. You don't win you don't win those that Player of the Year award he won along with IQ.
Yeah,
People forget that IQ won a Player of the Year award. You don't do that just if you don't win a Player of the Year award, especially in certain conferences,
yeah.
and be a scrub.
For eighth overall selection, he was great value. Maybe Toppin. Yeah, there
Mm-hmm.
was Halliburton and some other players that he coulda, shoulda, woulda. But as long as the Knicks get out of a draft and they don't blow it, basically, I mean, I'm at that kind of standard where we blew it for so many years in terms of losing out on Kevin Knox, losing out on Frank Ntilikina. You can't, if you're going to be in the lottery and it's a failed year, you can't make it for nothing. It has to
Yeah,
be, you get something out of that year, you know?
you're so right
Um,
about that.
I mean, in the end, I know we technically won the KP trade, but in my opinion, we won the trade, but we technically lost that year because if
Yes.
you think about it, we got a top 4 talent that we don't have a top 4 talent anymore. We got Dennis Smith Jr., DeAndre, and cap
Mm-hmm.
space. So at the end of the day, if you ask me to do it again, I don't want KP back, but I would rather a top 4 talent back.
Yeah, you're right
Because
about that. You know what's
you
crazy?
can never get that back.
You know what's crazy, CT, is how we let Frank walk, and we could have gotten something for Frank. Because I want to say Dallas actually wanted Frank at one time. I know Detroit did, and it was in the Detroit with the Derrick Rose trade. We could have
Yeah,
traded Frank, could have added Frank in and got something else. But instead, they brought him and then let him walk away, and I couldn't understand. That's those are like learn. I got to look at those are probably growing pains that the front office had to make because there's no way that if I had an organization, I don't want the player, but I got another organization asking for him. I mean, I'd have been cool if you just traded Frank and got a couple of second round draft picks, man. Something, get
yeah.
something, instead of nothing,
That's why I
and you
love
let him
the
walk.
Cam move so much because we
Mm-hmm.
we got out of Kevin Knox, we got something back for him, and we also got something out of that Charlotte heavily protected pick, which
Mm-hmm.
you look at it, we don't have enough roster spots to make so many picks this year. That pick was only if we were going to package picks for a star. Basically, because how many? We need development minutes for all these players.
Yeah.
Rocas is still out there overseas.
Mm-hmm.
Deuce to become anything, he needs some minutes.
Yeah.
You know.
That's why we got to get rid of Rose. He's up out of here. He's already gone. But you got to get rid of Rose. And I respect Rose. I like Rose. But do right by Derrick Rose. Try to make a move, get him to a
Yeah,
contender. If you, Alec Burks, I like the Swiss Army knife, but
got to
he
trade
and
him.
you got to trade him. And Fournier, because actually, you think about it, Evan Fournier holds up a lot of if you trade Evan Fournier, that opens up so much for the Knicks
Yeah.
because now you could put RJ back to the 2. And if you wanted to see what you got, and then at the 3, you could put, if you held on to Burks, you put Burks at the 3. That's a possibility. A lot of people would rather see Cam, or and then with the on the second lineup, you can have IQ run that. IQ, the second, you can have IQ and Grimes and Cam, you know, it's so many ways you go, but I would rather see Burks go as well. I don't.
Yep.
Only vet I will want to hold on to
Redundant.
is gonna be Taj. Yeah, only vet I want to hold on to is Taj.
Yep. Yeah, I
And I
agree.
would,
Right. They're just
yeah,
taking up a spot, like you said. Derek Rose. Now we have so many guards and picks. Right. Trade him while he
hmm
still has some value.
yes,
Right.
because I would move him. I would move him in a heartbeat, man. I would move him, and then now you open it up for Grimes, for Deuce,
Yep.
for Cam. Because if you don't want to put Cam at the 3 starting, he could come off the bench.
Yeah, Vaughn hit the nail there. Keep forgetting about Grimes.
Yeah, no,
You know.
I can't forget about Grimes because I'm looking at Grimes. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. You could easily start, or you want to keep RJ at the 3. You can start Grimes at the 2,
Yep.
and then you could flip their roles too. Because while they're both on the court, who say that Grimes can't fall to the 3 and RJ go back to the 2? You know,
Yeah,
it's so much that you could do with these pieces, but you got to have the be able to look outside the box, think outside the box, and see differently.
yeah,
And I would like to see Johnny Bryant have a bigger role offensively because what you know, especially you said last season, towards the end of last season, he was making moves.
yep. You got to get creative offensively.
Hmm.
You got to get creative again, because how easy is it to scheme against us? You know, and isn't it a trend that our offense gets stagnant at certain times? You know, we can't
Yeah.
close the game out because the ball sticks and it stops moving. And I would have just shown them a bunch of film in the fourth quarter and said, hey, look at how he played in the first three quarters. Look at how he played in the fourth quarter, and the ball stops moving. Right,
Hmm.
it gets easier for the D. You know, you make it easy for the opponent by stop moving the rock. You know, and they can just put their best defender on the guy. They can load up, and of course they can also switch. You know, I love me some Jericho Sims as well because I like how he can set good screens,
Man, he
and
set some nice screens,
yeah,
man.
and he can switch on D. I can see him as sort of a Bam Adebayo light. If he if he gets a
Yes.
if he gets a jump shot,
Yeah, see, and that's the thing. Because it's been a few times, and see, it's been a few times in the season where you saw Jericho down in the low post, and the only thing he had to do was just make another one move. And see, that's where Taj comes in. Because as athletic as he is, he doesn't Jericho doesn't have footwork. Taj has beautiful footwork. I think that's probably what his footwork is really underrated.
yep, yep, solid fundamentals. Stayed in
Hmm.
college. Going to be a great rebound. He's going to be a nice shot blocker with his verticality. Um,
Yeah,
that's
man.
another lesson for all you young bigs out there who want to stay out of foul trouble. Right, the way Jericho Sims so early mastered the verticality um, with his big frame. Right, they just bounce off of him. He he goes straight up, and he can really affect the shot. Whereas I think Mitch still has a tendency to put his arms out a little bit to get the foul, get fouled. Um, you got to stay vertical all the way. But great question from D Cool as well. Luca Vildoza got some burn with Milwaukee. Um, yeah, I think he played 8-9 minutes towards the fourth. Ended up with some highlight packages, some
Mm.
saucy passes, and hit a couple of threes, I think. But didn't light it up. But yeah, that's just another issue with the Knicks. I don't know what they were doing with that roster spot. Another issue I had with some of the roster management was Wayne Selden. You know,
Oh my God. Oh
yeah,
Lord. Oh Jesus.
Farron Hunt, and the issue with the other San Antonio big. You know, that ended up getting with
Getting cut.
plantar
Yeah.
fasciitis.
The other Luca.
Yeah,
Luca Samic.
Lucas Samanic. Yeah, I had big hopes for him, but they swept that under the rug again. You know, he was out for a game with plantar, and then he was out for 3 months, and no one said anything.
And see, my thing is, okay, he's G League and he's hurt. And see, that's the thing. If his foot is hurt and you're not playing him, hold on to him because he was putting up some when he put up some numbers, man. The knock on him was he was San Antonio version of Kevin Knox.
Yeah, and
So maybe they'll bring him back. I would like because he was making some noise, but see the problem is he plays power forward and we had that log jam. So I mean it's the same situation we got now. Maybe they bring him back for the summer league. I don't know. I would like to see him. You know.
yeah, D Coolring's another. I forgot about this season, man. We had Damian Dotson and
Yeah.
Daniel House on the roster,
Yep. We
and
sure
then
did.
they signed Ryan Archidiakonu, a sort of a veteran with a limited upside. You know, why not just throw another younger prospect for the future out there, or play Farron Hunt. You know, they signed Farron Hunt for the last 5 games. He could have got minutes, and he didn't get no minutes.
Yeah. He got like a cut one. He got maybe a minute if that.
Yeah,
And and he's athletic. You know,
Yeah.
it's you have to with these young players, you got to give them time. That's the only way they're gonna get better for some of them, especially at this
Yep.
time of the year and then in blowout. Come on, man. If I got a blowout, I'm putting all my bets.
Yep. You have to.
I'm, yeah, I'm putting my bets. Like when RJ got hurt, it was no way he should. Is you cannot tell me by everything holy on God's green creation that he should have still been in that game. We were blown. It was
Yep.
a blowout. So why
It
is
was a
RJ in there? Put the young guys in.
Yep. Yeah, I completely agree. Deuce McBride too. I felt he was a bit stiff when he had that
Mm-hmm.
Houston. He had a great Houston breakout game, and then he got COVID. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and
And
that
then he had a mistake. I know it was one game. I think it was the Pacers. He made one mistake. Thibs snatched him out, and you never saw him again.
yeah, yeah, that was sad because he could have helped us on the defensive end at least. Throw him out there for
Yeah.
offense, defense at least. If you're worried about his offense, throw him out there for defensive possessions. Like, that's how he could have learned. And you raised Frank Ntilikina again. We'll quickly touch on him about. You got me thinking about how we used Frank in that last Atlanta game. Remember
Oh
they,
man, that was
they
horrible. You put him out there for 38 seconds.
yeah, yeah, facts, right? You basically put him out there to burn, and then that was sad. That was Frank's last moment because he didn't play all playoff game. When he could have guarded Trae Young, right?
Mm-hmm.
We saw PJ Tucker give Trae Young fits, right?
Exactly.
Um,
And and see that's the Tibbs being stubborn and not really he won't adjust to what's going on. And I think if Woody would have been there, it would have made the difference because Woody had his ear.
yeah, yep,
Even though I think Woody had his ear more than anything, and not putting Frank in a position to succeed like that because you holding on to him for his defense. Okay, I was like, look, I don't need you to score. What I need you to do, this little fella's running around and he's getting shots. I need you to make it tough on him.
yeah. Use up 5 fouls with his length.
Yeah, man.
Frank Ntilikina, to me, what made him one of the best perimeter defenders on our team, he fought through screens. Like he always made an effort to go over the screen, not under.
Hmm.
You know,
And that link was good. I mean, and I really do feel bad for Frank because Phil Jackson didn't do him any favors by drafting him as high as he did. He
yeah,
could have got Frank in the second round.
yeah, exactly. That's what might happen with Killian Hayes. Who's looking okay. He might have a decent career, but would Killian Hayes live up to the I don't know what he was,
Oh
seventh or
no.
something?
Yeah, he was high. He was a high draft pick too. No, I don't think that's gonna happen. He'll ever meet his potential. Well, not his potential. The hype of where he was drafted because he was drafted too high.
Yeah,
And it makes and this is the bad thing about it. Frank and Killian Hayes make French players look even softer, look super soft. But then when you look at
yeah,
you had a Tony Parker in the league. Tony Parker did his like he had to get coached up. But see, also the thing that put Tony Parker in a better situation is he had Pop as his coach.
yep. And I think a lot of the reasons why a player succeeds or they don't is where they get drafted, is fit. But I can bet wholeheartedly if Frank Ntilikina was drafted by the Spurs or sent somewhere else other than New York, who weren't interested in developing or building anyway, if all those years under Hornacek, Fisher, and all that, if Frank went to another rebuilding team that actually gave him minutes, his career trajectory may have gone different. Um, he had his issues. Obviously, he was injury prone, and he's lacking in confidence and all of that. But yeah, I think his trajectory could have gone somewhere different, and that's why I hope with Obi, the Randall issue happening this year might have been in the nick of time, because if Randall had balled out again this year, Obi may not have had a future in New York.
Yeah,
He
it
would have
was
been
it was over for Obi.
yeah,
It
he
would
would have been stuck behind another All Star again.
well, he really been it would have been real bad for Obi. I think if Randall would have balled out this year, it'd have been worse on it. What Frank went through, would be a cakewalk compared to what Obi would have been facing.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
and also Obi also took advantage of his situation as well. Like you said, Frank was always Frank and his growing. Frank and his growing. He always had a growing pull. It was the same thing all the time. He keeps pulling a growing. I'm like, Frank, what are you doing?
The fact that he wasn't playing consistent minutes, right? When your body's not warmed up, and then you're thrown out there to play your perimeter D, intense D, and you got to move laterally, and that your legs get messed up. And that's why when you mentioned his name, I thought, man, I just remembered Thibs threw him out there for the final possession to guard Trae Young, but he didn't get thrown out there for any other possession.
No,
I'm like,
and he did. And see, that is an indictment on Thibs because Thibs didn't make any adjustments.
yeah,
That was the only adjustment he made. Oh, Frank, go get him. Okay, I'll get
didn't
him.
make
38
sense.
seconds.
I think who guarded Trae that series was it? I think Reggie Bullock
It was
tried to
Reggie
guard him
Bullock.
the most, right?
It was Reggie the whole time, and Reggie was not the one to go out there and do that. Because with Trae Young, you got to make him work as well. You just can't let him run around, as Jay Boogie called him, meat. You can't let meat run all over the place and score. You got to make him play defense, and what you got to do is go at him. You have to go at him and attack him, make him work. We didn't do
Yep.
that, and
Or
he
trap
was
him.
just running free.
Take the ball out of your hands like Miami was doing. If a dude's killing you every single way, he would kill you with the floater or the 3-point ball or the pick and roll. And the only way to do it is blitz. Throw a little spanner in the work. But like you said, Tibbs didn't adjust enough in that series. He should have thrown different looks at Trae. Also, when Randle was struggling, he didn't formulate a better system in terms of, ball movement and getting Randle to move the rock quicker. So
Man.
That's got me worried. If we made the playoffs again, I'd really, really love to see what Thibs would do and whether or not he'd get exposed again. He definitely needs a coordinator.
He does. He needs one. He needs one like last millennium. I mean, it's bad. I'm serious, man, because you can't keep doing the same old thing. And like I said, ISO. A lot of those plays, that's stuff from that was ran. They ran during the '90s run.
Yeah, it was crazy, right? Just
because if you look at a lot of the things, because Randall did do a lot of training with Melo too over in the off season, and you can see some of the stuff that he tries to do is Melo-ish, and you just can't go and ride a guy and go ISO because if I'm not mistaken, there's the stat out there. Randall led the league in ISOs, I do believe. Or if he didn't, he was like top 2. He was like the second leading guy in ISOs.
Yep, I think he's
insane.
He's just keeping the seat warm. If I'm keeping it real, I'm not saying no firing's impending, but Tom Thibodeau, maybe 2 more years. Once they realize that the timeline and the trajectory we're on is just not the right fit, which is interesting to see how much influence he has on personnel. He's going to be the one pushing Leon. Hey, you got me Kemba, you got me Fournier. It hasn't worked out. I need this guy. I need this guy. Whether or not they're going to acquiesce to what Thibs asks, or whether or not they're just going to do their own thing and say no, play Cam Reddish, play IQ.
See, and that's the sticking point right there, CT. You just brought up because Thibs went in there saying these are the players I want. This is what I need, and they did a fast one on them. They went a totally different direction. Oh, we'll give you some shooting, but they can't play you can't play in the defense. We sacrifice defense for offense.
Oh yeah, and the East got a whole lot better.
Yeah, man.
Like we talked about at the start, man, the East got so much better in terms of not heaps of teams taking a huge leap, but more teams becoming competitive. Like the
and
amount of
and, and,
teams,
and yeah.
Orlando beat us twice. Toronto got back to home court
Hmm.
arena. Washington got
Detroit,
more deep.
yeah,
Yeah,
Detroit pushed us. We beat them, but they actually pushed us. And we should have never lost to Orlando. And then Chicago, we don't want to talk about
yeah.
Chicago.
Cleveland,
That
let's not forget.
well, Cleveland leaked past us. They ran right by us.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely right. And Drew hit it on a nice dream lineup. A lot of fans have said this. IQ, RJ, Cam, Obi, Mitch, the baby
That's
New
a
York Knicks.
that's a very, very athletic lineup.
Yeah,
Very athletic. And it could be a lineup of the future.
quick. Yeah, switchable. Um, yeah, two-way lineup, like Vaughn says as well. Warriors 2.0, right, right there. And you add another nice bench player like a Jordan Poole or something. To that's crazy.
I
Yeah,
mean, look, you got to because IQ is going to get over that ball on a fast break, you know. But the thing about it, what I like about that lineup as well is the forgotten man in a sense, Cam, because Cam can fill it up at the two. He can fit it up.
yep, you can defend
And
6'8".
yeah, he can defend. 6'8". He's 6'8" with a 7'1" wingspan.
Whoa, I didn't know that actually. 7'1".
Hmm.
Man, that's crazy. He's got
Yeah,
the kid's got untapped potential. Another issue, like I said, he didn't work out in Atlanta because again, the fit. He got drafted to the wrong team. Let's be real.
man.
They
But
got
yeah,
Hunter, they got Herder, I mean, they had wings for days. Yeah,
I
it
couldn't
was
understand.
redundant.
I couldn't understand why they drafted Cam when they had DeAndre. Well, he was hurt, but it shouldn't have stopped him. We shouldn't have
Yeah,
stopped him. But yeah, man, like I said, this man has a 7'1" wingspan, stand a six
yeah,
eight.
he's lanky, and
Yeah, he's
I love the
long
way he gets to the cup and takes contact.
with
If
ease. It's so easy for him to get there.
you get him with that lethal shooter coach or something like Obi, if those two can start stretching the floor,
Hmm.
they could be our hybrid fours, 3 4s. Um, yeah, man, and then you just need Mitch to develop some sort of offensive game or another center that can shoot.
I
Um,
think he actually got some kind of game. He just won't shoot it. They don't. I think it's twofold. Because he's saying he wants to shoot, and he's been complaining about not being getting the ball. I think he can shoot. I just think that the organizations tell or the coaches tell him not to shoot.
yeah,
I think he can. I really think he can because we seen more 2 plays this whole that we're still talking about that Mitch did. You know,
yeah.
so
There's definitely, players get more confidence when they get given a chance. We saw what Obi can do. And like I said, this Randall issue, whilst it wasn't great, it happened in the nick of time because if Obi was going into his third season behind, like Vaughn just said, we'd never seen anything like it. A player drafted
hmm.
8th overall get who drafts a player 8th who could have been top 3 and plays 11 minutes for the
Yeah, I
third
mean,
straight year.
yeah, because they were treating Obi like a wet food stamp, man. It was ridiculous, man. He could get no action, none, and it would have been sad to see him get traded, and then he's on another team blowing up,
Yep.
And then we're sitting there like, man, we did it. Knicks did it again, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's asset management, Dude, too many cooks in the kitchen, like we said. It needs to be someone carrying out the plan. Whatever the plan is, just carry it out. It's a classic case of drafting best player available could go wrong sometimes. Like Atlanta drafted Cam Reddish, best player available, but
Yeah,
they didn't really look at the log jam they had.
yeah. They didn't look
Um,
at the fit. You got Red Velvet, Kevin Horter there. You got DeAndre Hunter,
yeah,
and then you bring in Cam, and Cam was just like, well,
yeah.
damn.
And I think they had Tony Snell at the time, and then they had
They did have
Gallo.
Snell, and yep, they had Gallo. So he was in
Yeah.
a bad situation, real bad situation.
Yeah, and then Kevin Knox is in that situation right now, man. He went from one log jam with the Knicks to being with the log jam, with the other situation now.
Yeah, man, and it worked out. Uh, I like the fact. I mean, like I said, Cam has a lot of potential, man, and he can get to the rack. You see, he doesn't work to get to the rack. I think they just give him some time and some good development. You know, he's gonna be he's gonna be okay. I like Cam. I was all for us trading for Cam last season because it was word that because before they were kind of low key shopping him around, and I'm like, man, we should just pull the trigger. We needed a small forward. Could have pulled the trigger last season. Got him for even less.
Yeah, Canal has a great point too. Cam's a guy who needs the ball. He needs secondary ball handling, and yeah, Trey Young was there. Yeah, and yeah, Herder as well. Like we said, yeah, and Boggy. That's right too. Vaughn. They brought in
Hmm.
Bogdanovich too, man.
Yep.
I mean, how many wings, man? That was like us when we had power forwards.
Man, yeah, man. Yeah, that 1 year he's like, well, we know we need a point guard. The Knicks need a point guard and need some shooting. We're just gonna draft. We're gonna go sign about 5, 6 power forwards. And here's your point guard, Alfred Payton.
Yeah.
That's just how they went. That's just how they went, man. It's crazy.
What was crazy is Kevin Knox had a successful rookie year. They went and short circuited him,
Yeah, that
basically.
I
You know.
blame Fizdale.
Yes.
I blame Fizdale on that because he gave him run. He gave Knox run. Let him make the mistakes. But then when he got out of the skillet, he was in that fire. He tried to save his job. But then in a Mike Miller, who took over and buried Obi. I mean, I'm talking about Obi. Buried Kevin Knox even further under the bench. So his confidence was shot.
Yep.
Because
He he was
he had a
basically way
game.
too raw.
Yeah,
Solfinger. I think like Calipari said it, he tried to quell expectations. He said, "Man, give this guy a couple years," but he really meant give him 4 years. Because I mean, Kevin Knox was a baby. He could have seriously done 2 years in college. That would have done Kevin Knox some good.
he's done him real good. I still believe. And then, like I said, other problem I have with Fizdale, see, Kevin Knox was his guy. That's his pick. He wanted Knox. He beat him up because he beat both. He had a better workout than both the Bridges. That made
Yeah,
no sense to me.
yeah. They put too much stock in a workout. I mean, one workout. But I get
Yeah,
it.
and
The Knicks were trying to. Their philosophy was to try to buy. Try to get a pick with high upside. Try to get too cute. I guess Mikal Bridges. There was a lot of scuttle about how low his ceiling was and how
hmm
he was just a floor. He was just a floor player. And
and now look.
yeah,
Mm.
and even Miles Bridges now about to get the max with
Oh yeah, he's about to get paid.
Michael Jordan. Maybe that's why he's saving some money.
Man, he got to do something because you know I look at him all the time, and I was like, man, that man should have been a Knick.
Yep.
It's the most. It's when I see those Bridges, the
Oh,
Bridges brothers, I get sick to my stomach because I'm like, they should have been a Knick.
yeah, that would have changed the game. If we had Miles or Mikal next to RJ now,
Hmm.
we'd have the wing set. We'd just be looking at point guard and our power forward or center. That's it.
Yeah, man.
Basically, you
Yeah,
know.
I mean it's crazy because you think about it. They I blame that front office and Tibbs, not Tibbs, but Fizdale for
Yep.
derailing Kevin
Yeah.
Knox's development.
He straight derailed. He
Hmm.
And like the chat just said about Vaughan said about Marcus Morris Sr., that thing came about real last minute. He committed to San Antonio, and then he backflipped on he found out there was a he backed out of a multi-year deal for a
You sure
1 year,
did.
for a 1 year value deal. And
And,
that was the end of Knox.
yeah, it was over after that. And then Summer League didn't do Knox any help either, because that's when he got punked by Zion.
Yeah.
And it was just a beautiful storm, beautiful chaotic storm to just throw Knox out of the loop, out of anything for him. Was that season? Summer League was the beginning of the end. That was the thing that started to sign his basically have Knox out there like dead man walking.
And that's the difference in where we are. Our rebuild will be a lot advanced if you think about it. In a perfect world, we don't whiff on the KP situation. Then you got you hit with Frank with Donovan Mitchell. Then you hit SGA or something with Knox.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Drafting. Why are we trying to build no super team? That's not the way to go. If you find yourself in the lottery, just make it count and find the right player at the right fit.
And the thing about it is, address your true needs, not your wants. The
Yep.
team needed a point guard, so why it took forever to address that?
Yeah, exactly right. They thought they had something in Dennis Smith or Moutier or Retread. Truth is, yeah, there was point guard. It's a guards league right now. And I'm not knocking none of our centers, but you could find value centers like JaVale McGee's been legit floating around the league for a veterans minimum forever.
Mm-hmm.
You worry about those guys in free agency. When it comes to drafting, you look for the guys that need the ball in their hands that can make the maximum impact, on a team.
Well, see, this is the thing about JaVale McGee. We almost got him this. We were trying to trade for him, but doggone LA went on made the deal, sent him to Cleveland.
Yeah. Yep, that's it, man. But I'm glad we've upped our drafting game. Like I said, we've invested in the right scouts, the right guys, making the calls right now. Quentin Grimes, can do a lot, two-way guy.
Mm-hmm.
He can be our Mikal Bridges light. I got no doubt he could handle the rock. And again, something great this season. He hit 7 threes, I think, in a game in his rookie year. That
Yeah, he came
tells
out
me a lot.
blazing.
Like, yeah, Quentin Grimes is made for this. He's been to Kansas. He's been to Houston. He's been humbled a little bit. Yeah, his career been derailed a little bit, but now he's in a situation. Now we got some wings, which
Oh
makes
yeah,
interesting what we do draft night, Solfinger. In terms of our need versus who we got.
yeah,
Do you
yeah.
think they're going to package the pick, or do you think they're going to trade down, or do you think they're going to target the best player at 11?
I think. You see, I want to say that they're going to trade down.
Yeah,
I,
that's
I, I got a feeling
that's
I just got a feeling they're going to trade down.
that's what I was thinking as well. You took the words out of my mouth. Yep.
Because think about it, you're going to trade down and try to get even more assets or whatever else to make a move for another player that they want. Because I can't see him trying to go
Yeah.
forward, try to jump back up high enough to get whatever. I mean, it depends on who they're looking at. Because point guard, it's not a real strong point guard based draft. This is more of a power forward type draft. There's some people saying there's
Yeah.
some decent centers I wouldn't really be looking at a center unless I know I'm not going to be able to bring back a Mitchell Robinson.
Yep.
And then too, with the log jam we have with some of these vets, we need to get rid of them. We really got to get rid of some of these vets. So, but I think I'm with you on this CT. I honest to God, I think we're gonna trade down.
Yeah, here's why I think they'll trade down as well. This draft is incredibly unique. It's got parity. It's got massive parity from pick 8 down to pick 30. It's in the eye of the beholder. There could be a legit impact player in the 20s. And I've done my research. So with that said, the Knicks could move down a few spots, still get a player they like, and as well as get another asset. They could get another asset for that big war chest that they want to make that big splash whenever they do, and they can still get the player they may like as well. They could kill two birds with the one stone. So to me, why make the selection at 11 when you could still get a player you like, maybe at 15, 14, 16 or something?
I got a feeling we're gonna go down in the 20s.
Yeah, and get another pick or two as well. To add to that, man. And then all of a sudden you've got the 5, 6 first round picks that you can trade for that bomb that they want to do, which I hope isn't coming, but we all know, we all know what's probably happening with this front office, scouting other players, other teams' players and all of that.
I really think they're gonna do that. Because I don't.
Yeah.
But then too, I've been saying desperation. Who's to say that they may not try to trade up and add something?
Look, that's a possibility too. If they like a Shaden Sharp, if he's available at 6'7", they may try to go get him. But I think if they don't, they'll fall back. I think they'll fall back. And you never know. Like the chat's saying, P nice. The front office is trying to make a splash. I feel like that's their MO.
Yeah, I think it's desperation. I want them. If it's a splash, I want to make a really good one. I don't want them to give up too much to go up. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with them moving up to be aggressive, like Ben Mathurin. They go after Ben Mathurin.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be out of reach.
Guy.
Exactly.
He's a real impact guy, but I think, with this draft, the fact is that they know there's so much talent, and they could get that other asset. They could seriously do some other things, and the front office ain't necessarily the ones that may want to try to make the splash. It's James Dolan who may want this club to just keep pushing for the playoffs. You know what I mean? It's no coincidence we've never really fully tanked and rebuilt. That's no coincidence. It's got to be the owners' MO to follow this strategy to try to keep making the playoffs every year.
It's gonna be real interesting stuff because I'm waiting to see what I want to see what Raw Hebrew puts out, because if you follow him, Raw Hebrew's called our draft picks, our draft back to back, who we're gonna pick. He's been spot on each time. Only one he was off on was us getting Baines.
Okay.
That was the only one because we wanted to get an IQ instead of Baines.
Yep.
But he called the Obi. He called and he called the other he called us getting Grimes, and he actually reviewed Deuce and he said he'd like to see as a possibility, and we got him. So he's been pretty much spot on, man. It's gonna be real interesting.
So many dominoes are gonna fall draft night,
Well, and then and this is the other thing too, though. Like I said, we could get aggressive, and this is still being aggressive, you trade the pick to get a certain player, or you put this year's first round pick in a package deal to go after somebody.
Like a
And
Sexton
like
or someone
yeah,
like
you
that.
can go. Yeah, Sexton or somebody. Well, see, the thing is, yeah, you can do a sign and trade with Sexton, I do believe, because he's a free agent. But if it makes sense and you can work it, it could possibly be what a lot of us have been saying, that you've been seeing in Knicks Nation, that name, Spider. You could probably do that. I mean, it's so many variables to this, but I'm still gonna stick to us trading back. I see us trading back,
Back, yeah.
or I see us trading back, or get aggressive and trade up before I see us put a package to go after Spider, because it's too many parts. It's too many. The thing going after Spider, he's on contract. One,
Yep.
two, he would have to be the one to say, I want out of New York.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're waiting. And he's CAA, so the Knicks. The thing is, it may not have worked out yet, but this CAA thing it's building to something, because, Jalen Brunson obviously was represented. His father was represented by Leon, and
Yep.
Zion was represented by Leon's former client, who used to be his boss. So yeah, Zion's agent, Leon, used to be his boss, and then now you got Donovan as well. So you could narrow the Knicks targets down, to a T. But
yeah, you see it because it's all
maybe
through.
Miles Turner.
And see, that's the thing. You could do it just like you said, CT, just because it's not about totally them making certain moves. They're going by relationships. The good old boys club, and that's kind of low key. Can bite us. It can, ain't no low key. It can bite us in the backside. Again,
For real.
yeah. Because again, we're talking about free agents, and this is where our front office has been lacking. We have been on point with our draft picks. I'm gonna tell you one person I would like for the organization to bring back, and I'm gonna tell you why. As Gaines, Clarence. I want to say it was Clarence Gaines, the
Clarence
third.
Gaines, yeah.
Well, he's the one who found KP.
Yep.
And then when the Frank draft, he told them to draft Spider. He
Really?
told them. Yes, he told them to
Damn.
draft Spider.
I thought I was gonna say. I thought I heard he pushed for Frank.
He didn't push for Frank. I think he wanted Spider because who was it? DSJ and I were talking about this, and he brought it up.
Because I heard
And he was.
I heard Phil wanted Donovan Mitchell, but Clarence said get Frank. But maybe it was the other way around. Either way,
It was the other way.
it was definitely that way. Like one wanted Spider and one wanted Frank.
and because remember, Frank fit the mold of guards that Phil liked.
Yeah.
He was long because you remember Phil he's attached to the triangle.
He was
And
searching for the
Frank
next
was
one.
yeah. And Frank would have fit into the triangle because of his skill set, the weight and everything. And he's big, he was long, so he could do that. Because Phil Jackson didn't need a scoring point guard.
Yep.
He didn't, especially with the triangles, where he was trying to run the triangle, which was crazy. So, and then after that draft, you notice Gaines was no more in Knicks organization, but we needed Gaines. He had an eye, and if Phil would have listened, Spider would have been a Knick.
Yeah, I peeped that news as well. Pudge Nice just put up. Frank went back to CAA. Let that sink in. He fired Leon Rose as his agent, went to someone else, and he's back to CAA. Maybe involved in the Dallas trade with Brunson for Julius. I really think Julius is going to end up in Dallas. That That's his
Go
preferred
back to his home.
destination.
Yeah, he can go back home and be the hometown and be the hero of Dallas, be the hometown hero of Dallas, and it would work for him because the media in Dallas is not going to crucify, grill him, and make him into barbecue brisket like it would in New York. I had a good because Von Allen, you seen what Von Allen put in there. Phil believed Frank could be the leader of the triangle.
The
So you
triangle,
heard
yeah.
the same thing. You heard the same. You heard about that. You heard that the situation with him too, right, Von? About
Yep.
about Frank being the man over Donovan. That's crazy. As Ron said, let that sink in. We could have had Donovan. We could have had Donovan and KP.
Yeah, or SGA.
Yeah,
That was the biggest one.
that's
You
another one.
scouted Kentucky and went with the Kentucky guy, but you missed the point guard. You know.
And again, we needed a point guard. You did not take the time to address that.
Yep.
That blows my mind
And
because
Mikal and Miles, you missed out on so many players for that one player.
Mm-hmm.
We could have afforded actually to mess up on the Frank draft if we had nailed the Knox draft. Just one more quality talent.
And shout out to Pudge Nice because Frank was supposed to be the Ron Harper to the triangle in New York. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking the exact same thing, Pudge.
Yep. Yeah, you know, that's another issue why Phil actually failed. He was too rigid, like Thibs. He wanted to implement a system that had got him success, you know, which I understand. When people are successful, they want to go back to the well. They want to continue what they thought worked for them 15, 20, 30 years ago. But guess what? Times change. You know, you gotta adjust. You gotta adapt. You know, if I'm let's say I'm the best computer programmer 30 years ago, and I try to use the same code now, you know, I'm not going to be the best computer programmer right now because
that is so true.
Things have evolved.
Yeah, definitely. Because this is the thing. You talk about all these other coaches, and we talk about Thibs, we talk about Phil Jackson, but the one person that did evolve over time is Pop.
Yeah, Pop. Yeah, he worked with what he had, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He had a couple of Hall of Famers, but he plugged and played people around, and yeah, he was always a great recruiter as well.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing.
You know,
and the thing is they were trying to go back on stuff, but it's gonna be interesting, like you were saying about this trade, this piece. I'm like I said, I'm sticking with we're gonna trade down.
Yep.
We're gonna trade back, pick up some more assets, and I think, and I'm gonna tell you this here, CT, look for us to make 2 trades in the draft. I think we're gonna trade back twice. I think we're gonna trade back twice because that's kind of like the motive. It's like the motive, the way they operate.
Yeah, it's their signature. They'll take on extra assets. That's what it's all about. Get a player they like. It may not be the top target, but I like Canal's thing too. You know, not just because he's Australian, but Dyson Daniels is a top.
Yeah, I've been seeing some stuff
talent
on him. But hey, shout out to give yourself your own props though, CT. You called it on Josh Giddey. You told everybody about Josh Giddey.
Yeah.
And look.
Yeah, I didn't think he would come out. You know, I wasn't trying to say he'd be some kind of dude, but I said, you know, he's been slept on, and he's got talent. He's got clear talent. You know, he was a pro last season in an established professional league. Same as LaMelo Ball. You know, any of these prospects that are doing decent numbers in a professional league, I put that over college. You know.
Yeah.
Let's be real. You know, in college, you're going against dudes that may never be a professional player.
Yeah, but he was playing against grown man, and he's 6'8". He was 6'8". So it's gonna be real interesting, CT, because I want to see, how aggressive this front office is going to be, knowing that you fell out of the frying pan straight into the fire.
Yep. Like
You
Canal
know,
said too, I need Portland's 6th pick, Julius. That'd be a prime situation
hmm
because that allow us to get Shaden Sharp and Dyson Daniels. Like
oh my God, Lord
that's
Jesus.
your backcourt for the future. You got Daniels, Sharp, and RJ,
hmm
and I think Portland would take. Maybe it may take an extra couple seconds or a player, but Portland's trying to build around Dame, and
Yeah.
they're a smaller market team. They could sell the fans on a Julius Randle, you know.
No, yeah, Julius Randle would fit. He would. I mean, a smaller market team. A smaller market team would work for Randle more so than New York in a sense. And I'm not taking nothing from because the talent Randle is talented, man. Those numbers you just can't put up. And he's athletic. He just doesn't fly through the air. The cat is strong as an ox. You
Oh
know,
yeah, yep,
and with the right situation, because Randle would respect Dame. I do believe. Well, yeah, he would.
yep. Jaden Ivey, yeah, game built for the league.
And I
Yeah,
like Jaden Ivey. I like Jaden Ivey, even though I know he does need work, but he has a skill set. Uh, he has a skill set and untapped potential and talent that you groom it the right way. Man, Jesus help us all. I mean, Sherwin M. I know Sherwin would always saying he's a nothing but another IQ.
yeah,
Um, and he said that all the time. Well, and nothing against it, ain't no dig at Sherwin, but I'll take him if he can. If Jaden Ivey can knock the three down and knock the three down and take better shot selections. Hey, sign me up, man.
yeah. Portland's definitely trading that pick, man, child.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely right. Um, Again, what are they going to do with the 6th overall pick next to Dame? Like they're it's now or never basically, and they're going to get Jeremy Grant. That's my prediction as well. I've heard
Ooh,
a few
Portland,
things. Yeah,
yeah.
Portland's going to get Jeremy
Uh,
Grant, and they're going to try to get Randall. Hopefully, um,
Now, if they want to give up Randall, if they want Randall, you see, the thing is like I said, anybody can get got. Anybody can get got, but you got to be able to get got for the right price. And if they want Randall, you doggone Skippy, I'm asking all that. What's up with that 6th pick, man?
yeah. If they need a little sweetener, give him Jericho or give him something, you know. But we need that
Or
6th pick.
mm-hmm. Or we give up another first round pick from another draft for the 6th pick, and I'll throw in a couple seconds in there, and if need be, I got a Burks or a Fournier. You got to be. See, I would throw Burks in because of his contract, because now he's on the 2nd year of that 3-year contract, and that 3rd year is a team option. So those kind of contracts that will be money.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. What are your takes on Rokas? Do you have any
Man, I
hopes for
like
him?
Rokas, man. I like Rokas, man. I like Rokas. I liked him in the G. I liked him in the summer league. I
Yep.
think, and see, that's why I'm not really so big on just trying to run out there and sign a point guard right now, because we still got Deuce and we got Rokas over there. And see, one reason Rokas is not coming over here because he's looking like, man, I want him to just come over here and be sitting on the bench. I mean, granted, he's on that contract. We would have to buy him out, by his contract to get him to the NBA. But I like Rokas. Just let him keep rolling the way he rolling. Um, and
Yeah,
let him roll the way he rolling, because the thing is
he's getting
Rokas got
reps.
some dog in him. Yeah, he's getting reps, but he got some dog in him. He got some
Oh
dog. He
yeah,
will, and we get to see him this summer too in the summer league as well. So we're gonna see
facts.
how much more he's gotten better. Um,
Like I said,
I
you never
like.
doubt what a dude's doing in a professional league. He's
Mm-hmm.
he's leading a team into the Euro Cup finals and things like that. One, he's getting valuable burn. He's learning how to run a squad, and
Exactly.
he's looking competent. as a 21-year-old, that has to bode well in terms of at least having a role in the NBA. I'm not saying he's going to be no starter for us, but
Yeah.
Rokas could have a role in the league. Is a backup maybe.
I looked at him, when I first saw him in the summer league, you know who I thought of? The way when he got it, he started getting more comfortable.
Yeah.
The Dragon.
Yes.
That's who he reminded me of. He reminded me of the Dragon.
Yep. Facts.
A
Right.
help.
Lefty.
Yeah, because and I'm talking about not the Dragon everybody's seeing now. I'm talking about the Dragon that was in Phoenix. He showed me to me. He reminded me of the Dragon when Dragic was in Phoenix. He reminded me of him.
Yep. Absolutely. All right. I agree. He keeps his dribble alive. I love that. He surveys the floor so far. He looks like he's got a. He's definitely not a liability in terms of 3-point shooting. He's shooting something like 30, 37, 36, 7%, something like
And he's
that.
6'3", a 6'3"
Yep.
lefty.
You could hit the open floor, and look, I'm high on Deuce, but I would not be shocked if Rokas is the better player. I'm just being real.
Yeah.
I
No,
know
no, no, no. Yeah.
everyone loves Deuce, but they both have an equal chance to be better.
Well, I was on Ron show, and I said it. I said I like Deuce. I'm in D block. I'm down. I'm down with Deuce D block.
Yeah,
But the thing is if they decided to move on from Deuce, I'm not gonna be heartbroken because it's all about the name on the front, not on the back. And
facts.
the same for Rokas. And the thing is, and I'm gonna say this, CT. Only thing I have fear of, because Rokas is a draft and stash. We've never, well, we've had draft and stash players, but they never came to the NBA. They just did it
True.
just to do it.
Yep. Yeah, you're right.
But
They never
this,
made it.
yeah, but Rokas could come.
He'll be at
And
the
the thing,
worst. He'll be a valuable throw-in in a
and
deal.
see, that's the problem. That's the you got a doggone CT you all up in my head on that one, buddy. Hey, because I was thinking about that. He could be packaged up and rolled out before we got going.
Yeah,
And
we hardly
I
knew
would
you,
hate to see
maybe.
that. Mm-hmm.
But you know why? Teams love a player that doesn't have an NBA contract. They don't have to commit salary to, but
Mm-hmm.
he's a solid prospect. If another team that they want to trade with wants another asset, so it's like that cash considerations. Everyone loves or a trade exception. It's
See, and there you go.
it's house money. But like
Yeah, man.
Tarek says as well, Kofi Cockburn. There's a lot of centers in this draft as well that that are solid.
You know what it is? The CT. They're saying this is a weak draft. This is a weak draft. It's being called weak because it's more power forward center driven than it is guard driven,
Guard
guard and
driven, yeah.
wings.
Yep. And
So
parity as well.
yeah,
Yep. Yeah, to answer buzzer beater, Rokas is not under contract yet, but we own his rights. So if and when he's ever ready to want to come to the NBA, it's as simple as just signing him. We don't have to give nothing up. We don't have to trade. He's a New York Knick basically. No other team can grab him because we drafted him. When a player is drafted by a team, their rights are owned by that team until we trade the rights. But he's insinuated that he's happy to stay in Europe maybe another year or two. That was when things were going pretty bad this season when Thibs wasn't playing no one. His agent probably said, look, it's not the right time to go to the New York Knicks. You're not going to be getting no minutes. Why travel across the pond to play in the G League when you could be winning championships for your current team?
see, and that's just it. That's what I was
Yeah.
saying. That's what I said earlier. CT Rokas was looking like, nah, bro, y'all too loaded over. Why in the the HE double hockey stick. What I want to come up over this joker when y'all loaded up over here. You got D Rose, you got Kemba, you got Deuce,
Deuce.
you got now you
Quickly.
rolling IQ over here. I'm like, no, I'm good.
Then
I'm
you got
good.
Jaden Ivey now.
Yeah, you get
Like,
look.
if we
But
get
for and then I
Jaden
said,
Ivey, he's getting traded.
oh yeah, if you get Jaden Ivey, then Rokas is a goner. Yeah, he's a goner. Rokas is a goner because Jaden Ivey is what 6'6", 6'7".
Yeah, like Canal said, it's facts. We need less
Mm-hmm.
players, basically. Just
Yeah.
clear some of this redundancy. You know, Alec Burks, we spoke on. Quentin Grimes, like Vaughan said, can do exactly what Alec Burks is going to be doing, in a year or two, if
Yeah,
not
and he's
now.
younger. Alex Burks is what 30?
Yeah,
He's 30. Fournier's gonna hit 30 next year. So I'm like this here, man. If you 30 and up on this Knicks squad, you got to go. And
facts,
I'm
right?
not trying to talk about age discrimination or whatever else you want to call it like that. but
Oh,
we
and
got
what?
too many players that are under 25. And when they hit their prime, we should be when we got all these players that's under 25, and when we hit that and they hit their prime, it's a wrap. We will be the big
Yeah,
dogs on deck.
it will be us and OKC will be battling out in the NBA
Yeah,
finals.
exactly. Because by that time, the Grizzlies not gonna be able to hold on to everybody they got.
Because what Sam Presti's trying to do is basically he knows no one's forcing their way to OKC, so it's like, okay, what can we do? Let's draft,
Mm-hmm.
just keep drafting until 3 or 4 superstars, form a threesome, and it's in OKC, and then hey, they just decide to stay there because like Russ, KD, and Harden, basically that's the only way OKC can be
Get a
relevant.
superstar. Yeah. Because they drafted all those players and didn't win anything right off. And nobody's like you said, I don't see anybody really burning up the highway trying to get to OKC. Just like I said, they trying to burn up the highway to get to Utah. Like, yeah, man, I want to go to Oklahoma, man. It's all right. I may get hit up by a tumbleweed or something, but I got to get out there, man. I got to get to Oklahoma City, baby. Nah, I can't see it. Just like Utah, I just can't see
It's a
it, man.
football town.
Yeah, it's
You know,
football. It's straight up college, man. That's college football, man. And
yeah,
and, and Oklahoma and they getting ready to make they breaking away, rolling into the SEC to Southeastern Conference, where that's big boy football right there. So the
yeah,
the the, the Thunder are they're in the same situation like the daggone Pelicans
yeah. Like
in
Drew's
that
hitting on
sense.
as well. Let's
Hmm.
just be grateful as we get ready to wrap up. Let's just be grateful that the Knicks aren't the Nets right now,
Oh man, look.
because it's going to be a slow rebuild for them if they don't win that chip.
I love it. Hey, I love it because you know what, CT, the Nets haven't learned the lesson. This isn't the first time they did this. Remember when they gave up all that to get Paul Pierce and KG?
Yeah, twice in a decade,
Yeah. So
man.
hey, you never learn. Hey, some people don't believe fat meat greasy till they put it in the mouth.
That's what happens when you're the steps child, though. You got to pull off some radical stuff to stay relevant. Whereas
Hmm.
the Knicks have
Hey,
always
hey,
got. Yeah.
yeah, no. I was laughing because I was looking at what Wise. I don't know. You saw what Alla Wise put in there. Facts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they going flat Earth fishing.
Oh man, but it's been fun. Let's get ready to shut down for this episode, but we'll be continuing to chop this thing up. Now it's been fun talking about how to build, you know, and
Yeah,
what everyone wants to see the Knicks do, to get the squad we want to see. And chat's been buzzing to the early morn.
yeah, man. They've been on fire. Hey, I would say this, CT. You run one hell of a show. You have a hell of a channel. You got a hell of a chat. You know, the CT following. You know, the streets are buzzing as always. The streets never, as long as CT around, the streets never stop buzzing. So,
Oh yeah, all of us, Nick Nation.
yeah, Nick Nation,
Yep.
man. And if you came through the door, CT's doors, hit that like button, please. You know, we've been rocking to the early morning hours.
Yep.
Look, especially everybody in the city, you know, you 3 hours ahead of me. You know,
Yeah, I know.
and so my thing is
That's
this.
loyalty.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Um, I would say this CT is not only a honor but a privilege to be on with you, my man. And you know, from the days
Yeah.
chopping up with you on Ron's show and everything. And shout out to our man Jarvis LaFour, who came and graced us with a lot of hot takes. He was
Oh yeah.
flame throwing with the double barrel and rolling grenades out here, and while he cruising in a tank, he was on fire. Um, I would say this again. I'm with you on this one, CT. Let's continue what we're doing, like you said. Uh, make the smart move, not the impulse splash move. It can be a smart splash move, but just don't do some impulse stuff that's gonna set us back because you're in you fell out the skillet out and now you in the fire. You know, I think Leon's
Yep.
job will be in question, and if he goes, Tibbs will be going with him as well. You know, they're gonna be joined at the hip because that's his pick, that's his coach that he brought in. Um,
Mm.
Front office smart about what you're gonna do. They're going to trade back. I got a feeling they're gonna trade back twice. For some reason, that's what
Yo,
they do.
man. And yeah, my next show will be purely draft focused. You know, I'll be putting up my board in terms of 3 tiers where all the prospects in the first round, I'm going to put them in 3 tiers and sort of go through some scenarios and how I rate the players and what role I think they can fit in as well. So
Oh
that
yeah, I'll be waiting. I'll be standing by on that one. I'll be ready to see that with the way you put it down on that because that's gonna be
yeah,
real interesting.
because that's going to be fun. But hey, I've been thinking with this regime, we may get to draft night and we don't do anything with the draft. We just package it all.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just. But you know, bottom line, it's not even doom or gloom. It's not doom or gloom because if we trade this year's pick, it's not doom or gloom. We're
Yep.
still in a good position.
Yeah.
We really are.
Yeah, we have enough young players that are actually technically draft picks coming up for the future. You know,
Exactly.
Deuce McBride hardly
Exactly.
got any burn. Rokas isn't even here. Jericho
Exactly.
Jericho could get more burn.
Hmm.
Um, you know, I think we all agree on a lot of things. Is that most of the chat want to see Nerlens Noel on the next thing
Hmm.
smoking. He's we don't need a seat for him at the table.
Yeah.
Kemba Walker, it's been real. You know that we'll always have that
Hmm.
40 piece Christmas Day.
Yep.
You know, we went home happy after that.
Yeah, we
But
did. You know, ACT. You know, you remember I told you I got that Huffy. I got that Huffy and that Mongoose. I'll put them on those handlebars and ride them right out of town, man.
yeah, yeah, facts, right? It wouldn't be funny if he ended up on the elderly Brooklyn squad
I mean,
next
really.
season. You know,
Because I'm telling you, KD standing outside this window looking out that bridge, looking across the bridge like, I should have gone. Now I'm listening to this cat. They want to go flat earth fishing.
yeah, you got Kyrie getting backed up by Kemba.
Man, look, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, or send him back to Michael Jordan. You know, he's trying to make some moves out there.
I still can't believe he fired James Borrego. That was such a
Yeah,
bad move for them. They
after he
gotten
gave
better,
him an
but
extension. I mean,
yeah. So
what kind of coaches gonna want to go there now? What kind of stability does that show?
It's none. I mean, come on, man. And Borrego's a good coach, though. Considering what they work with, they had injuries and stuff too. And you still made the play. You made the playoffs. Okay, you didn't win and didn't go as further you wanted to go, but why would you get rid of Borrego? It makes no sense.
Yeah, I reckon it must have been LeVar Ball or someone, a big part of their future said, "Hey, we want someone else."
Yeah.
Because you can't justify why. Yeah, they didn't have a bad season at all. Why would Jordan get rid of him unless they feel like they want someone else to replace him?
Hey, he gonna probably go to Kurt Rambis.
Wouldn't it shock the world if LeVar Ball was announced as the new Charlotte
I wouldn't
Hornets
be,
head coach?
man. With Kurt Rambis as his assistant.
His best friend Charles Oakley is assistant coach.
Man, this is crazy. That is that's insanity at its utmost.
Hey, on that note, let's get ready to get it on the next one.
All
Draft
right, my
show
man.
coming up. Appreciate you, Soulfinger, as always.
Man, appreciate you letting me in the building, brother, to rock with you.
Yeah, what's going on with your NBA Today show?
Me and I gotta get with Stafford done. I'll probably get up with him in the morning after I finish hibernating and see what we got going on, because I know he wanted to talk about the playoffs. And
Yep.
we'll have a notification come out if we do. It depends on the games, because what's going on with us is our time slot has been dealing with all the games.
Yeah.
So we just been in that situation. So we probably wind up having to move up. Because I was talking to him about us starting a little earlier on the Sunday, because right now, especially with the whole Brooklyn thing, I already know Stafford done. My man Stafford D is ready to talk about these Nets, getting ready to get pushed on
Yes.
out the door with them big push brooms. So as soon as we get a time together, we're gonna be back rocking. Me and my man Stafford D get our NBA 1-on-1. And
Yes,
we're
sir.
gonna try to have some guests on and everything. And when we get going, CT, love to have you on the show, brother. Love to have
Oh,
you rock with
yes.
us.
Hey, I'm there
So
anytime.
yeah,
Love
doors. Hey,
chopping this.
CT. Yeah, man. The doors are always open, man. Where our show, the doors are always open. Hey, you got carte blanche.
Yeah, appreciate that, And a great show you're running, and always talk about the NBA. You got the fans covered with everything. Knicks talk. You got NBA talk, and yeah, it's gonna be a short off season. We're gonna get some news pretty soon on draft lottery, draft night.
Mm-hmm.
RJ extension talk, Mitch extension,
Mm-hmm. And possibly Cam.
trades. Yeah, Cam trades. I mean, this thing's now 12 months a year,
Oh
basically.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, with the Knicks Nation never sleeps, man. We
Yeah.
never sleep, because sleep is the cousin of death. Shout out to Nas for that line.
Yeah, think about it. In 2 months, we'll be watching Summer League squad play possibly
Mm-hmm.
meaningful ball with Rokas here and all that.
And I'm thinking about going to Vegas, because I'm only
Yeah,
San Diego's only like, depends on traffic. I can get there in 4 hours. That's me moving with some decent traffic. So, but on average, I say it take me about 5 hours, 5 or maybe 6 hours to get to Vegas. And I'm thinking about
nice.
going. A
Yeah.
few from Knicks Nation talking about going. No Jay Boogie has been talking about going. So I may make that. I may make that run over there, so because I've been wanting to catch the summer league. So if we do, it'll be something to see.
Yeah, it'll be fun, man. I love Vegas. Salute to that. And
Yeah, man.
yeah, we'll definitely hit you up and get some first word if you're in the building.
Oh
And
yeah, definitely.
yep, let's get it. And I will see everyone on the next one. Peace.
Peace.